Welcome to Legion of Myths Game Master Insight. Tonight, our panel of seasoned tabletop RPG veterans dives headfirst into personal stories, bold expectations, and powerful insights. Get ready to ignite your imagination and elevate your next gaming session. All right, welcome to Legion of Myths Game Master Insight. I am your host, John Maxley Ushlow, and I am truly grateful you are with us for tonight's discussion. Game Master Insight is a forum where our panelists share experiences, ideas, advice on tonight's topic of player and GM roles and responsibilities, highlighting their unique perspectives and expectations. And of course, I sincerely hope you enjoy the conversation. As always, a special shout out for our first-time viewers, or if you're watching this for the first time later in a VOD, you should check out the other Game Master Insight videos. Great panels the entire year so far. Hope you enjoy them. And maybe you know somebody that could be on the show. We'll talk more about that later, though. Please consider supporting Legion of Myth through the links in the live stream's description. Rumble, rants, and super chats of less than $20 I will read at the end of the segment. What's a weeby thumbnail? Yes, it's a weeby thumbnail. And it's AI, too. Look, somebody's missing a finger. You'll be okay. All right, $20 or more, I will interrupt the segment to read your rant or chat as immediately as I can. And $50 or more, I will take a drink in your name, and you can force the panel to answer any tabletop RPG-related question of your choice right then and there. If we reach $100 or more in Super Chats or Rumble Rants, there will be a $100 Palladium Books or Drive-Thru RPG gift card giveaway during the rando portion of the show, also called Segment 5, whatever, towards the end of the live stream. Legion of Myth YouTube members and Rumble subscribers, as well as tonight's Super Chatters and Rumble Ranters, have the opportunity to win, but you must be watching at the time of the giveaway to claim your victory, else it rolls over to next week. Legion of Myth moderators will time out or even ban people who attack any panelist or chatter. Attack the argument, not the person, to keep your various social media beefs off my show. Apparently that stuff's ticking up again. Keep it out of here. Please like this video and subscribe to all of the panelists' channels that you will find in the description as soon as I add them there. Sorry, my bad. And thank you for your support. All right, with all of that out of the way, let's meet our panelists for tonight. Back once again, because apparently he just wants to be this haunting personality all back. I'm just going to call him Holly. He's going to go by the name Holly the entire night. Mr. Max Boivin, I think you've done this before, but just for the sake of argument, please introduce yourself and briefly tell us what products or media you create and your tabletop RPG experience.
Yes, my name is Mr. Max Boivin. My channel is Reactionary Principle Gaming, where we talk about role-playing game, mostly focused on role-play. We're trying to fulfill the promise of role-playing game. I've been doing that for this channel for 2 years and gaming for 30 years, I guess, right? More than that. So that's who I am.
Okay. And next to you, back once again, also is Timothy Ferrelli. As always, please introduce yourself and briefly tell us what products or media you create and your tabletop RPG experience.
Hello, I'm Timothy Ferrelli. Characters and Dice. We remake characters so you don't have to. And we focus on Palladium characters. Right now we're focusing on Palladium fantasy characters to give you to help you, teach you how to make characters. And if you need a character, you can grab one, throw it in your game, have fun. My experiences runs for the last 30 years, AD&D, 3rd edition, 5th edition, Palladium, My Heart and Soul, Innomine, and all kinds of other odds and ends systems.
Did you win the Innomine, or is that somebody else?
That was somebody else.
Oh, okay, so I'm sorry you played Innomine.
I loved it.
Okay, fair enough. All right, and then for the first time on the show, we have Ultra, and introduce you for the folks out there. Briefly tell us what products or media you create and your tabletop RPG experience.
Yes, I am the Ultra American TTRPGer. On my Rumble and YouTube, I usually talk about TTRPGs, the culture war, and sometimes the two collide to whatever topic I feel like talking about, depending on the day. And I'm actually kind of a late bloomer in the TTRPG hobby. I started in 2019 during what I call the year of our Lord and Savior COVID-19, as I like to refer to it as. And actually started with Powered by the Apocalypse, not D&D, which usually catches everyone off guard when I say that. But from there, I want to explore other systems, see what else I can do. And now I find myself enjoying games to where I now have old school essentials. I've been going into that old school basic system now, joined a couple of those games myself.
All right. Excellent. Well, now that you've met the guests, let's get a super chat out of the way here. No way am I spending more than $5 on a super chat. That's fine, sir, because it's fake money. It's only worth $3.18 anyway. But thank you very much. I appreciate it. I both love and hate your name at the same time. I'm calling you Mercurius. That's just the way it's going to be. Until I forget. One day I'm going to forget. I know who this person is. Who is it again? But thank you very much for the super chat. All right, let's dive into our topic for tonight, which is about player and game master roles and responsibilities. Let's scroll down over here. So we'll start with Mr. Max because that's just what we do here. And our first segment is going to be on understanding the player's roles. So we're going to get what is all this stuff? Stop bugging me. I don't have ADD, but we're going to pretend like I do today, and I'm focusing on like 9 different chats and everything else going on. No, so it's going to be understanding the player's role and what these guys think, the responsibilities of the player happens to be at the table. And thank you very much for the membership. I'll get to that in a moment. Mr. Max, what do you believe are the core responsibilities of a player in a tabletop role-playing game, and how do these responsibilities impact the overall gaming experience?
Since we focus mainly on roleplay on my side of the hobby, right? The number one responsibility of a player is to maintain character consistency. Like, I want you to play a character. I want you to be in character, and this character should have some personality, like some personality trait, and your action should be informed by this personality of your character that you decided, and also that we discovered through play, right? So that's the number one priority. Then if we do like a 4D game where we allow a co-creation of some element of the world, right, which we discussed before, but it's not really the topic here, you also have a shared responsibility with the GM, which I'm going to talk more about later, about preserving verisimilitude of the and the tone of the world, right? So you don't want to bring the clown shoe in the world. So that's also a responsibility you have as the player. Following that, I want you to stay in character. I want you to preserve the game flow and to be proactive. When it's your turn, do something, right? I hate turn by committee. I hate hypothetical when people like ask questions, stuff like that. And a lot of things flow from this preserve the game flow, right? And stay in character. It means like you won't ask question of character to the GM, right? Because that breaks the flow of the game and it breaks immersion, right? If you want to know something about the world, interact with the world. That's how we learn about the world in real life. Do the same when you're gaming, right? You want to know if the door is locked, don't ask the GM. Say that you go check if the door is locked. There you go, that's problem solved. So stay in character, that's a big one. Don't turn character versus character into player versus player. Very important to make a distinction, right? Like, character versus character is always on in my game. Like, that can happen. But understand that it is in character, and also your action should flow from what your character would do in that moment. Really, like, don't use it as an excuse. Like, people say, "Oh, that's what my character would do." They use that as an excuse, right? No, if it's really what your character would do, if you're not just trying to goof around or get some cheap laugh, or you're just trying to get one over this other guy that for some reason eat the last point of pizza and you're upset about that, right? No, character versus character. If a character has a reason to do something against the other character, that's fine. Don't turn it into player versus player. And know the rules, master the rules well enough so you can preserve the flow of the game, right? So those are your big responsibility as a player.
So I know you vet players in your games. So I want to challenge you on the master the rules part, just in one aspect of it. What if the player is new? Do you expect a new player to have mastered the rules? Somebody's not even sure if this is the hobby for them. Like, hey, you know what? I want to check this out, and I liked what you guys do. I'd love to play.
If somebody is new to the hobby, like, we might welcome it in a simpler game, a bit of a more rule-light game, and also don't go and play like the most complex character in the book, right? Just like, you need to master the rules that are relevant to you. Like, that's what's important, right? You can start like playing a bit simpler character. Don't go with the high-level wizard like for your first go, maybe, right? Don't play a character that's more complex than what you can master in the rules. That's what I would say.
Okay, then one more. Then we'll get those guys in to challenge you if they've got something. How do you handle situations where your character's motivations conflict with the party's goals?
You're free to act as your character would act, right? You like, and if it means that they split, that's fine as well, right? And I'm very in favor of sometimes you can retire your character, right? If your character like say like, well, you know what, I'm not like where you're going this party, I'm not comfortable with that. I don't want to adventure with that. And then like you can just sunset the character. Like he's going in different part of the world, doing some other stuff. His story with us is concluded. You may come back with a new character. That's fine. If it's just a temporary stuff, I'm okay with splitting the party, right? And like maybe like doing some back and forth, and I can keep that for going for a while. But player agency is key. So if you and maintaining the consistency of the character is key. So if your character wouldn't act in a certain way, that's what goes above everything else. Like I want like from what we're trying to do here at the table together is have this uh, lifelike world, right? Like this lifelike simulation as much as we can, and people are kind of consistent with themselves, right? Obviously, you can the character will and should change through the game, right? To gameplay, because like you put your character when you put your life on the line, you get like those intense actions, stuff like that. Those are opportunities for change and for growth. So you can sometimes meta that a bit, right? If you want to align yourself more with the party and stuff like that. But it need to be believable.
Okay. Do you guys have anything that you want to address with Mr. Max about what he said? Questions,
do.
comments, concerns?
I got a couple things. So, Max, does
Yeah.
the format of the table allow for some variances? For example, if do it online as we are now versus in player, I totally would understand laying down this law in player. But when you're online, do you allow for technical issues like if you and stuff like that, where the
Yeah.
DM may break up?
I play mostly online. Well, only online now. Like all my gaming is move online now. And we try to roll with the blow, right? It happened to me at some point, like when I was living in the woods, right? I had to use Starling, and sometimes like it would cut off a bit, right? People who can remember that saw me on those stream, right, back in the days. And it's annoying when you're gaming, but at some point you get used to it and you try to get with the flow. And the other player at some point also got good at maybe repeating a bit what they just said, right? Even without being prompted, because we pay attention to what's happening, and you see somebody's like froze for a second. Maybe you're gonna reiterate, like you do it in character, right? Like sometimes people repeat themselves. I do all the time. So that's how we do it, right? Just like we try to it to not interfere, and also we try as much as possible to play with people that have like good and stable connection, right? If we play online, it's about like and not too much noise in the background, right? It's about also a level of respect for the people you play with. I know it's not possible for everybody, but sometimes it's just like, well, maybe you should find an in-person group then.
Okay. Now, my follow-up would be, you're saying that character versus character is good, but you didn't want to be just because he ate the last pizza. Well, how is that? How is that? I don't want to say validated, but how is that quantified, or uh, is does that come up that often? If somebody's like, "Well, what the hell, dude? I mean, you're just upset because I ate the last pizza," or you understand what I'm? I'm not asking it well.
It's
I'm sorry.
no, I know I get what you mean. It's a vibe thing, right? Like how do you judge if like was it in character or was it like a player thing? It's a vibe thing, right? Your character, if you play the character for a certain while, right? We should kind of know, like we interact with people in real life, people well, right? At some point, like you kind of know what to expect from them, and it's always clash. Sometimes people do something that is like wildly out of character, and it's like, well, where did that come from, right? And I guess it could happen in gaming as well. But then if you feel that also something behind it, right? That's it's a transgression of its kit, if you want, right? Just like, so it's mainly a vibe thing. If your action, like your character should have goal and motivation, and even if you didn't tell us up front, outright, right? At some point, if you played this character, we should kind of figure out what they are, right? So if you act in accordance to that, like then, well, I get it, right? You're doing your character stuff.
Okay.
So
Or
I
is-
kind of oh, I'm sorry.
No. I was going to ask if he had any more, but go ahead. You're welcome to jump in.
I was going to say I kind of actually agree with the majority of what Max said for the most part. I think one question I had, because when you were talking about when the party was splitting up kind of deal, the thought that I had, because I've actually had to do this kind of a handful of times, not too often, but say you have the full four table party, three of them are going to do one thing, but then you have the one person that says, no, I want to do this. But you know that one person does one thing, it may go against like what that party's trying to strive for. Do you ever think there's a situation where you feel like you have to tell a player, hey, that's probably not a good idea. You should just kind of stick with the rest of the party for now?
No, never. Like I embrace the player having bad idea. They're gonna have the consequence of their bad idea. You know, if you do something stupid, the world's gonna punish you for it. But it's gonna be, again, like as a GM, you're also like in character in the sense that you control the world, right? We're gonna come to that later. But like the world, like if you act in a stupid way, like the world is not gonna be easy on you, right? So, and that's fine. And I'm also like, I kill character all the time. I'm fine with, like, I'm not like, life is not very precious in my game. So
I'm just thinking, I guess, because I don't do a lot of like sandbox. I run more like adventures and modules, or like I have like a story that I build the game around, and that's what I run the players through. So I guess I kind of feel like from that point, because I can usually, like, if someone does something like that I don't prepare, I can usually think on the top of my head, usually no problem. But again, like
Yep.
I've said, I had a number of times where it's like, yeah, they probably shouldn't do that, because either one, that's going to ruin up what the party's trying to do in the first place, or two, I just didn't have it prepared, and I'm straight up honest
Oh
with
yeah.
that sometimes, where I'd be like,
No,
I just didn't have that prepared.
I'm also like a huge zero prep advocate, right? So I'm really going blind. Like I don't have any track laid down in front of me, right? Just like we're building it as we go, right? So we'll talk a bit more about that in segment 2, but that's also a difference, like an ideological difference in the way I approach things. Yeah, you can do whatever you want because I don't know what's gonna happen more than you.
Well, I mean, to be fair, that's kind of the difference between a more sandboxy game and a more railroad style game. I mean, we're not here to debate those merits today, but I mean that does go to show. And I'm going to interject for a moment before we jump over to Timothy Frelli for his response to the main question. Is I think that's one of those things where the player needs to respect the type of game that he's sitting at. If you're sitting at a more railroady game, you need to embrace the more railroady style. And I'm not using either of these terms as pejoratives, folks. I'm just saying it for descriptive purposes. And if you're in a more sandboxy game, you need to embrace the more sandboxy elements. I think you both had good points there with this, but I'm going to hit Timothy Frelli with the main question, and then we'll have some time toward the end of the segment for us to knock everything else out here. So, Timothy, what do you believe are the core responsibilities of a player? And I want to stress that word, core responsibilities of a player in a tabletop role-playing game. And how do these responsibilities impact the overall gaming experience?
See, now I approach as a more holistic uh, environment. You know, the players' roles on the table are one thing, but there are also rules, or there should be some not rules, but some criteria or some guidelines for, so as a whole, you know, the table as a whole. One of these is, you know, keep the GM aware of any game plans. You're wanting to meet up at so many intervals, once a week, once every other week, whatever. So you should keep the GM aware of any changes. What, you know, if you can't make it for that day or whatnot, if something comes up where in the middle you have to bounce out, you know, things happen. Keep the GM aware so so the GM can plan accordingly. Follow the rules of the table. There are certain guidelines. There are certain, not quite policies, but there's certain expectations. Mr. Max has his expectations. You will be in character at all times. You're at his table. You follow that. You have that expectation to me. Me, not so much. You know, in character, out of character, don't care. But it's the rules of the table. You follow. That's what you got to do. You have to be honest with your roles. You know, if you see people, they'll come on, dice. They're like, I am rolling a 20. Really? Show me. Yeah, 20. See, even at the table, even in person, represent your dice honestly, because you don't have fun unless it's honest. You need to understand your character. You need to understand what you can do. You need to understand how you do it, and you need to understand what your beliefs, what your scopes are for your character. Because if you don't, then you're just like, I don't get it. No, you're making this. This is you. Figure it out. Because the more you understand of yourself, the better the experience will be. Also, and my last one, accept the ruling of the GM. You can have the back and forth of, well, on this page it says this and blah, blah, blah. But if the GM goes, this is my ruling, let's move on, drop it, let's go. So GM may change his mind, he may not have. But he is the arbiter of the rules, and so be it. The banhammer has come down.
So, in your experience, how does player preparedness affect the flow of the game?
Because if you have to spend 15, 20, 30 minutes, getting situated, and if that's the flow of the table, if the table normally comes in and says, hey guys, how's it going? You spend the first 30 minutes just BSing, so be it. You're just aware that that's part of the environment, that's part of the experience. So that's if you're like, there's times when I ran modules at a game store and they paid me $5 a person. It helped pay for some stuff. But when it was 7:00, you were in that seat, 7:00, ready to rock and roll. Because we only had so much time to deal with.
So what you're basically saying though is, hey, because I don't want to jump into the next segment too much yet, but there's going to be a social contract, so to speak. Mm-hmm. I hate that term because I think it gets abused for this, but it is the right term for what we're talking about. There is this kind of social contract, this expectation between the players and the game master. And as a player, you've mentioned some specifics, I know, but in a general sense, you need to uphold whatever that social contract has to be for your group at the table.
Yes, exactly. You have your responsibilities. You to meet, to comply with the rules, the policies, the environment of the table.
Okay. Do you guys have anything you want to address with Timothy?
Yes, I want to say it's good that you like that you went there with it, because I completely eschewed, I completely skipped over all those basic human decency kind of part, right? I said well, all right, obviously that, but it's good that somebody mentioned them. I just wanted to say that, right? So, yeah, obviously don't cheat, obviously. I'm glad because I realized when hearing you talk, I realized man, yeah, this need to be said.
This is why we have the three different point of views on this channel. Max thinks one thing, and I think another, and Ultra thinks another.
That's important. That's what we want on these panels. So, Ultra, anything that you wanted to ask Timothy, or talk, or bring up, or contend, or I don't care.
Come on, challenge me.
I mean, I feel like when I get to my point, I'm just going to repeating half the stuff that these guys have already said, because I agree with everything almost at this point.
That's fine. Well, that's why we each time somebody new starts, that's cool.
Yeah.
But you don't have to. And I also, if you're going to be talking about it during when I ask you the question, hold on to it until we actually ask you the question. Just, is there anything you contend with, or just do you want more clarification from Timothy?
Not that at the top of my head, nothing I could think of. I was pretty much kind of yeah, it makes a lot of sense. You want players, especially I did officially agree with the dice. Sorry, not holding it from a can. The dice rule, because I do a lot online, and sometimes the dice bots, they don't always favor my players. So I'll say I will allow y'all to roll, but I'm expecting y'all to be honest with it, because it's I believe you'll roll multiple nat ones, but then you'll roll multiple nat 20s.
Yeah, well, it's really weird. In Bears game, the first time I rolled a die, I got a natural 20, and I felt so bad. I felt bad. It's weird because I was like, great, he's going to think I'm a liar for the rest of the game here. I'm trying to hold it all. It didn't really matter. It wasn't attacking a person, just some dude that was on a crucifix, right? So it isn't this big mega fight where I just killed the big bad at the end or whatever. But I'm really, the first roll that I roll here, I get a nat 20. He's going to believe that one. But I think you have to have some trust with the players. And I think trust is an important thing. I have some very particular rules when I'm playing in person at a table. Weirdly enough, even though I don't run games online, I just trust you. And if I felt that I couldn't, I'd kick you out of the group. That it would be that simple, if that makes sense. Like, why are you what is it you're trying to prove by cheating with the dice? I guess is the way I'm looking at it. You know?
Yeah, it's not just trust. It's also really how important is it for the table, and that's definitely a part on the GM side. How much does the GM put weight into it in order to facilitate for that? So, but yeah, that's the second segment talk there.
Okay. All right, well, how about this then? Let's jump on over to our third panelist for today. First time on the show, so he gets to wait for his question a little bit, but now he gets it. Is what do you believe are the core responsibilities of a player in a tabletop role-playing game, and how do these responsibilities impact the overall gaming experience?
All right, so first and foremost, I would say the player's role, first and foremost, is respect the table. And this kind of covers several different aspects of what we've already talked about. So basically, respecting the GM's ruling is a big one. I'm very much a big advocate of Rule Zero. And it's like you players are free to discuss with me if they feel like they don't like a ruling or if I made a mistake, which if I make a mistake, I'll own up. I'll own up to it. Excuse me, losing my words. If not, it's be like, it's like I know where you're going with this, but that's not going to fly here. So that's there. That and then also like we just talked about be about your dice. Don't try to fudge. Don't try to cheat. Be honest with your rolls. And then because I don't fudge either, unless it's my son. Well, I ran my first one shot for him, and I had to fudge on the final boss for him a little bit. And so kind of that, and then also
you should kill your own brood.
another thing, I don't expect my players to be like know every single rule that's in the book, but because of how I play online, it's usually our games that people are like, hey, I'm offering this game. Anyone who want to be interested in playing, and people are like, yeah, I've been wanting to play that. Then I expect that player would already know like at least the main basics of that game, like how it mostly works. If there's stuff they may not know about, I'm more than willing to help. But if it becomes like a repeated thing, I'll be like, hey, you kind of gotta be on this a little bit because I can't be holding your hand the entire time. And I'll help my players with like character creation too, because I always do a session 0 for like character creation to help build build characters with my players if they need that help. And then the second part of the question, what was the second question again? I lost my train of thought there.
No. So I'll just ask you, and the reason why, so folks out there know, the reason why I repeat the question over and over again is because we kind of reset number one, and to remind you guys out there what the question was, what they're answering. So what do you believe are the core responsibilities of a player in a tabletop role-playing game, and how do these responsibilities impact the overall gaming experience?
Okay, how they impact the overall playing experience is basically the simple reason for me and why I do this is everyone just has fun. When no one's fighting, when you're just sitting down, having a good laugh and chuckle, just rolling your dice, beating up the bad guys, you're having fun. It's like you're playing by the rules. No one's getting butthurt about anything, this and that. You're just all sitting there having a good time with your friends, either physical table or online.
So I'm going to ask you a question because you said something earlier, and really all I'm trying to do is just trying to find out to what extent this goes. So earlier you said that you're a big fan of Rule Zero, but you just said right there that you know everybody's having fun playing by the rules. Where does Rule Zero go too far, and where does rules as written stifle the game?
So when I think about that, because I know we're going to talk about this later, but I'm very big on GM agency on top of player agency, because one thing I've been coming to realize is the GM is just as much of a player at the table as the players are. It's just the GM has more responsibility for what's happening at the table. And so my main role is I am the one, I'm telling what's going on, I'm bringing out the monsters, I'm making sure that the rules are being followed. And if something goes against the rules, then with that, I have to use that rules and be like, hey, no, that's not how this works. But at the same time, I'm going to cash in my curse card here for a second. I'm not going to be an asshole to the players and be like, you can't do that. It's like rocks fall, everyone dies. No, I'm not going to do that to my players. I've come close to doing TPKs, but I love giving my players like a fighting chance. So that way they can try to fight their way out of everything. So that's why I'm kind of like in this kind of middle ground with a lot of this, because it's like I'm very big on like gatekeeping, rule zero, but at the same time, I know how I can how to interact with my players and how to make sure that we all have a good time without going far one side or far the other side.
Okay, so my final follow-up for you then is, what strategies do you use to stay engaged during sessions where your character isn't the focus?
Are you asking like me as a player, or are you referring to like
As
when
yep,
I'm running?
yep, as a player.
So as a player, because it's rare that I ever get to usually be the player. I'm usually a forever GM, but thankfully I've had the chance to be player now. Is I think also me being a GM, when I go into that player mode, I also know like, hey, I can't be like trying to hog the spotlight from everyone. And because as a GM, it's like I'm making sure everyone gets their fair share and not one's hogging the spotlight. So it's kind of like consciously in the back of my head, I'm making sure that I'm not hogging the spotlight from everyone else. Like I may have my moment, I'll do a quick joke or something with my characters here and there, but I'm not taking up entire scenes from the other party members, because I know there's other party members, there's other people. Their characters are just as important in this game as mine is.
Okay. So you don't sit there and stack the dice tower really high and then have it fall all over the table and everybody go, "Oh, that was really cool," blah, 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 to distract them from the game.
I do have dice games that do that, but not all the time.
Yeah,
It used to
staying
frustrate me at
engaged.
one of
Staying
my
engaged.
tables. There was this guy kept doing that. He kept building these dice towers and then spill all over the table. Oh, sorry guys. The game master, I could tell, was getting really pissed off, but he never said anything. I'm like, dude, you're the game master. Have some balls. Say something. Anyway, go ahead,
Staying
Mr. Max.
engaged, like so. Staying engaged is like that's like basic basic respect, right? Basic form. That's the word I was about to say. The F word, not the other. Basic form of respect. Staying engaged and not trying to distract. And like I wanted to reply to what Ultra said, right, about like when you get to be a player, like coming from being a GM most of the time. Like I think it's so important for GM sometime to go back in the seat of player, and I think like more players should take on the role of GM sometime, right? And just do it. It doesn't. It's no such a big deal. It doesn't matter if at some point like you go and you're not that great at it, right? Nobody's great at it the first time, right? So you do it, and you're there to play a game with your friend, right? Even though it's not like the most amazing session you ever had, right? Just like that's all right. Like I hope your friend's not gonna be like jerk about it, right? But but you're gonna learn so much from going both sides of the chair screen there.
Yeah, so especially with because like I said, I have old school essentials now. I'm in a couple of games of those, and I'm still in the process of, I know the basics of it, but I'm still trying to like learn further about it and figure out what else I can do with it. I'm not just playing a game, I'm also trying to learn the process, because old school essentials, while it's been around for a while, is still a fairly new game to me. I'm not doing my respective duty as a player if I'm just if I hog the spotlight and I'm not learning how the game actually works properly.
I'm going to ask this question to everybody. So whoever wants to try, actually, Mr. Max, can you let one of them go first? Because I know you're going to want to jump in on this one. So at least for Timothy and Ultra, you guys figure out who you want to answer this first. What are your thoughts on players introducing unexpected elements into the game?
It
You want to go
really.
first?
Oh, do you want to go first? Or
Go ahead.
I'll go ahead and go since I already started. I'm sorry. For me, it really depends on the type of game you're playing or running. Like I said, I started with Powered by the Apocalypse games, and those are more narrative driven. And so you're kind of like, I'm always kind of thinking ahead, and because you don't know what the unexpected elements can be, because Powered by the Apocalypse games are always bringing in unexpected elements. I can count a number of hands where I've had players do something, because usually it's like, oh, these 4 things I can prepare for mentally. And then they do the 5th thing that I didn't plan anything for. And that's the unexpected element. And so I tell my players, hold on a second, I did prepare for that. Let me think. And so,
Do you
or
find
like,
that aspect of the game fun?
for me, because I do enjoy that more narrative kind of focus with some of my games, I actually do quite enjoy that variably, because I get to take that opportunity and be like, how can I make this fit into the game? Or if it's like one of those complicated successes, how can I make this worse than it already is, kind of deal.
Sure,
It just depends on the
I've
game.
heard a few people say that that it's not fun for me or whatever. These are definitely more railroady narrative style people. And since you said modules, I was just curious about that one. I don't like it when they do things that are just totally against type or totally against like. I don't know how to explain it because I'd have to get really specific about an example. But if they just come up with something that's off the wall, I love it when I'm like, okay, hold on here. What just happened? Okay, this is, and then just rolling with those punches. I actually like that kind of creativity.
Yeah, and you could do that with like games like Shadow Dark or OSC, just depending on what's going on. Because I've actually been running Shadow Dark because that's also another one that's fairly new to me. I've been doing, and I did a crazy. I don't know if I was running Venger's Jolt with that system and all the shenanigans that happens in that world. Because I was constantly just on the fly trying to come up with stuff and shenanigans.
I was a banana man. All right, Timothy, did you want to say anything, add anything to that?
So I want them to come up with off the wall stuff. All right, you can't.
Well, you run riffs. They don't come up.
Yeah.
So yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
They're not playing it wrong.
Yeah, if you're not coming up with some crazy ass shit, then you're totally doing it wrong. And unfortunately, sometimes I really have to tell my players, bring it up, ratchet it up, guys. You guys are still down here. I want you up here. Let's get these brain juices going. Let's let's plan. Let's come up with some crazy stuff. So, and when they do, I've got like, I try to have 3 or 4 ideas of, okay, so if this happens, they do this. If this happens, this happens. If they do this, this happens. So that way, it's not too far off. And usually, I'll be somewhere in the middle. If they do go way off in left field, then I'll just pull up a random encounter and say, okay, let's see what happens.
So it's like being drunk. Punch the one in the middle.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
And he's literally in the middle of the panel.
Right.
Oh, wait.
All right, Mr. Max, I'm sure you got a thought or two on that. But here's the thing. I want you to focus on a particular word. So the question is, what are your thoughts on players introducing unexpected elements into the game?
I was absolutely going to say, like, I love that you say unexpected, because like that's the important word there, right? Like I assume you put the stress on that because like of the co-creation that we talk about often time in 4D, right? When players are allowed to manifest stuff in the scene. But exactly, those things shouldn't be unexpected. And Malaki in his last comment there nails it, right? If you're surprised in the garage and you decide to grab a wrench, even though no wrench has been, like the GM didn't say there was a wrench there, but you're in a garage in a modern home and stuff like that, that's not unexpected. It's expected that wrench are going to be there. So it's fine if you grab the wrench. If you do that when you're like,
I only have dead bodies in my garage.
Or in the well, that's it's a different matter. So for the co-creation, absolutely, the like unexpected. No, don't co-create stuff that are unexpected, because now you're breaking the rules of respecting the setting and the tone of the game, right? Now you're like,
real quickly, I got to interrupt just so folks know, we're not going to dive into it, but that's part of the tenets of the 4D role-playing style that he advocates. So if you're like, well, where did that come from? It's from that style. And I just want to put that out there. So some people are like, whoa, why are you being such a jerk about this? He's not. That's the player in the game is already aware of this expectation.
Yes, and the reason that why we allow this, right, is because like we want to cut the question to GM, like, so you don't have to you don't have you wouldn't be allowed to say in a way like, is there a wrench around? Because like that would be like talking out of character. You could say, I look around for a wrench, but since you're in a garage and it's expected that it's going to be one, just grab it, like go straight to grabbing it, right? And then you can it keep the flow much faster, and we can do much more in the same time. So, and that allows me also as a GM that I can set the tone more broadly, like saying it's a garage. I can describe like kind of socioeconomic kind of thing and stuff like that. Maybe say like, oh, there's a broken down motorcycle on the corner, like something that is like a little more specific. And then like from that, you can assume the rest. You can fill in the blank. It free the player to fill in the blank in his mind eyes, right? Seeing stuff like, instead of like waiting for everything, and then the scene don't feel as deprived anymore. So this for the co-creation stuff. As for character doing stuff, I love being surprised. as long as it makes sense with their character, what their character do and who they are, right? I love being surprised, and that's why also I don't like planning, because I'm there to play. Even when I'm the GM, I'm there to play a game as well, and reacting to what the player does on the fly and coming up with stuff. That, for me, that's a big part of the game, right? I'm not there to tell them a story. I'm there to so in that sense, right? So kind of to answer to your question, because of who I am, right? And what we do.
Okay.
The 40 stuff need its own answer, but then the general answer.
You're good. Like, all right. Is there anything else I want to ask here? Well, how about this? Anything that you guys feel is left on the table in terms of player roles and responsibilities, or are we ready to move to the next segment?
I do like. I do need to learn to incorporate more of the 4D crowd, of the whole. If it's reasonable, it's there. Just do it. Because that there's an aspect of that will make running a game, because so many times, especially running modules, you read through the whatever's there and it's incomplete. So you would think that there would be something there, then it's there. Just do it.
Yeah.
I definitely would also say, because I heard it got brought up and I did mention it, was I do agree with the players should be like engaged with the game. Now I'm not expecting them to be like completely in character, be like, I am Sir Pendleton, Paladin of Order, and I shall smite thee. I don't expect my players to do that, but be like when it's in combat, be like, oh, my paladin is going to take his great sword out and he's going to slice this goblin in half. But players should absolutely be engaged at the table with the game that's being ran, for sure.
Yep. And that's also like, if you we're gonna talk more about that in segment 2, I guess. But like,
well, it's game master stuff in segment 2. So if it's game master related, we can wait. But if it's player related, you're welcome to say what you need to say.
Like if you because the one thing like I'm big into like is like, don't, when you're like a player, don't make it hypothetical, right? Just like when it's your turn, we often say like, say where you are, say what you do, like, tell us where you are, tell us what you do, tell us what you say, right? And that's it. Don't like start asking questions like, what would happen if I would do that and stuff like that, because then like your turn is gonna take so long, and then other player are gonna disengage, right? If it takes like 45 minutes for a combat round to go through, right? Just like, people are gonna check out. Have your round quick, and it's not only about just being ready, but it's about like, sometimes you're gonna do like the suboptimal thing, but you're in a scrum of combat. That happened, right? So embrace it and keep the game running.
So I have. Oh, go ahead, Timothy.
I'm going to go off of that. We're going to go away from that. If you have something to figure out.
So I have a little bit different take than you on that, Mr. Max, because I don't fully embrace the 4D style. So for your style, I get it. I also believe that it's a game, and I don't mind some of the game aspects. But to piggyback on what you're saying, that I definitely agree with, is I don't flip over a timer, but you only have so much time to figure out what you're going to do. Bear does it. He's nicer about it than even I am, but he does it in our games too. It'll be like, okay, what are you doing? I mean, you're in the middle of combat. You have to come up with something. And by the way, we'll just, for the arbitrary reason, because we'll say Ultra American is the one whose turn it is. I'll be like, Mr. Max and Timothy have already gone. By now, you should have figured out what the fuck it is that you. I'm not even supposed to curse on my own stream, and I just did. That you're supposed to do here. So. Hurry up, come up with something. Now, I don't berate people like that necessarily, but they definitely feel the stress. Like, hold on, I got to look up my spell. Why weren't you doing that when Mr. Max was doing his turn? Mm-hmm. I mean, unless Timothy did something so off the wall that changes everything that you're doing, I do believe that the player has a responsibility to keep the game progressing. But at the same time, I also believe it's a game. So maybe depending on what the question is, asking a question or whatever, the questions I despise are the ones like, can I open the door? Did you check the door to find out? But something different like, hey, does magic missile work like this? When I read it, I see that it works like this, and you know what? I think that's an interesting use of it. Go ahead this time. Or no, it doesn't work like that. So it depends what the question is for me. But there we go. This is about you guys, not me so much. So I gotta stop.
So one other thing that we need to talk about players. Make sure you understand what the game is. I had a GM say, we're going to make a Serenity type campaign. I'm like, okay, great. Sounds great. So I make a gunslinger. Guess what I didn't do? I'm like, well, shit. So it's like,
Usually the
Alright.
GMs know the campaigns they're running. I'm just saying.
well, yeah, but you also but you want to make sure that you and the GM are on the same page. um, yeah,
Yep.
I ended up becoming the law of the freaking ship, not outlaw. So,
Yeah,
but yeah,
that's it's like the expectation, right? Setting it, like I think we talked all about that, like setting expectation and following them, right? Right, you enter in the game, you agreed on some premises, you should stick to your word. You said, "Oh yeah, I'm good with that. I understand what the tone is. I understand what the game is. I understand what the rules are." Yeah.
Okay. All right, well, I think we're ready to jump into segment 2. Before we do that, segment 2 is going to be about understanding the game master's role, but let's hit some super chats here and a couple others. By the way, I starting to see chat was dead there for a moment. It's like whoa, what happened? But it's starting to move again. So thank you very much for the folks who have popped in our chatting there. We can only get to so many, so of course we are going to focus on the super chats, which, I guess I already read that super chat. Thank you, Full Metal Dragon, for 36 months for the cause. I don't know what the cause is, but I'm in. Let's do it. Tally ho. I'll probably find out that the cause is like stabbing me in the neck or something, but whatever. Here's a question for you guys. We're just going to go in order. We'll start with Mr. Max, Timothy, and then Ultra. All right, let's say you're in Max's position and you're afraid your first roll being a natural 20 will taint the DM's opinion of you. Would it be wrong to lie to your detriment, make it a hit rather than a crit? I don't know, any player that would be that, I can't call it honest because it's a lie, that would be that self-deprecating for that. But Mr. Max, what are your thoughts?
No, I think like obviously like doing your first roll with a natural 20 does set a tone, right? But like, just embrace it. Like it's like don't lie. Like that's what I would say, right? Just like
Okay. Timothy?
yeah, definitely don't. It is what it is. It'd be the same thing if you rolled a natural 1. Yeah, okay. I mean, just go roll with it.
All right, Ultra.
Yeah, don't lie about it. It's like if you rolled it nice, if it was a fair roll, say it. Just put that dice away afterwards because it's not going to roll well for you again after that.
You know what? You're actually right about that. When I needed it, it did not perform for me. But for the love of God, when I didn't need it, I got a couple of natural 20s in this game so far. And I'm not saying they weren't important events or great story events, but really like as in life-saving or anything great. Nope. They're just cool. So, all right. And I agree with that. I think they're both right. Look, if you don't, I'm a big believer in trust. And if you don't trust your player, kick your player out of the game. And a lot of you give me crap because I've talked about some bad players that I've seen, or some players that I know who I'm still good friends with today because they did this crap in high school, not like 5 years ago when they're in their 40s. They used to put lead in their dice so that they'd come up 6s. I learned the whole put it in water trick because of my friends. They'd shave corners. Things like that. They knew how to modify dice, and they absolutely would do that. Look, I rolled it. So yeah. My thing is now, would I let them at my table now after I check their dice, or they're rolling my dice? I also do other little weird things, like I require to use a dice cup at the table and roll into a dice tray. You don't just get to do the whole, because I have friends who can do this, especially D6s, get in their hands, and it comes up whatever numbers they need there. So I have a couple of rules on that, but ultimately, especially if you do it online and you're not using a die roller, I love the way Bear does it because it shows trust in the players. I have no reason to lie. In fact, I find some of the best story elements come from failures, preferably not my character, but generally speaking, like, I didn't want to fail here. Crap, what's going to happen? Could my character die? Could something weird, some conundrum happen around me that now I have to deal with? I think that actually adds to the emergent story that role playing is.
what are you saying there? Like it's very true. Like trust is like very important in that, and also like you have to understand why do we get together? Like in my view, why do we get together to play a role playing game? It's not like to win and to beat the monster and we're getting a story from there. Like we're doing the simulation of the world, and we roll the dice to see what happened, right? And just winning, like that's all victory, especially if you cheat, right? It's like like what you're getting from that. Like are you like, I'm sorry to say, but are you such a loser in life that you actually need to win an RPG, right? It's like just embrace it, embrace the chaos and
No, I'm winning. Sorry, I'm winning because That's what I do. Winning. Yes.
Hey,
winning.
Charlie Sheen.
You're gonna get tired of winning at some point.
Never.
Just want to remind the chat that we don't attack any panelists or chatter. That includes me, dicks.
I thought you were saying-
All right, and then one last one from Malachi here. You lie once and it makes trusting you difficult. I completely agree. Now I'm going to want to see your dice. Now I'm going to want to question every move you make. Now I'm going to want to see your character sheet. What are the percent, whatever it happens to be. Lots of other good chat that came in on this, but we do have to move on to the next segment. I do want to put a special thank you out there to Melwinus. I'm just going to leave it at that. If he's even confused as to why the hell is Max thanking me, that's weird to me, but I think you know why. All right. So let's, what are we doing next? Okay, we're going into the next segment. So let me put that up on the screen. There we go. If you think you have some presence and charisma, the ability to educate and entertain, a good AV setup free from noise pollution, and an interest in discussing tabletop RPGs in this format, join the why does it say some random RPG live stream still? Join the Game Master Insight Discord. Jeepers creepers, I can't even get my own scripts right here. The link is in the description for that. Also, if you know somebody, maybe you aren't like the expert, or you are a little shy or something like that, but you know somebody, one of your friends or another YouTuber, whatever, would be great for the show. Send them a link and have them sign up for one of the Game Master Insight panels. They're starting to fill up a bit quicker now, but I always look for a diverse opinion, new people, and so forth to be on there. And these weirdos know that I'll bump them for somebody else if it's going to be a benefit to the show. So I'm open about that. So with that, and you can go there to stay tuned for future topics, help us get to know you, and maybe we'll get you on the show to talk about your experiences. And of course, if you enjoy this discussion, please like this video and subscribe to all of the panelist channels, which you can find in the description. That back up. Now we're going to go into segment 2, which is understanding the Game Master's role. And of course, it's segment 2, so we start with the middle child, Timothy Farrelly. What do you consider to be the essential duties of a Game Master in a tabletop role-playing game, and how do these duties shape the player's experience?
Funny, because I'm an only child, but so
well, you could be in the middle of yourself.
So the GM responsibilities, set the rules of the tables, set that expectation. Here's how I run. Here's what I expect. And you can have that back and forth, and you can have a discussion with the players on what that end goal is going to be. If you really want to improve yourself as a GM, learn from everybody else's mistakes. For example, you go to YouTube. For example, like from various horror stories. I saw a good one from XP to level 3 the other day, which was really, take it or leave them, whatever. But, try to learn from other people's and how they screw up, how they interact. So that way you try to realize, oh, I've been doing this, or I need to not do this. Don't stick with the, you get money, here's your magical weapon. Try to reward your characters in different methods. One thing I'm working on is providing some stat bonuses or skill bonuses for if they for when they do their exploration and they find something. They went to Fort Bragg the other week, and they found
Excuse me, Fort Liberty, sir.
Fort Bragg now. Thank you very much.
Oh, that's right. I went back. I forgot, but a different Bragg. You're right. You're right.
So they found a cache of Chaos Earth equipment for them to use, and since that, with the nature of Fort Bragg, I also put forth a couple of manuals that were still readable and whatnot, usable, that help improve our Spec Force guys, help improve our robot pilot guy, and help improve their overall infantry abilities. So that way, they're not saying it's just not another, oh look, another weapon, oh look, more credits. It's something that's meaningful for them. I was like, hey, this makes me better. That's awesome. You also need to promote their growth as you're a GM, you're a gardener. You need to water them. You need to fertilize them. You need to help promote their growth, especially when you're dealing with new players. With people who want to take a dwarven wizard, and smack people with a stick. It's like, oh, that's not okay. Oh, and so you need
it's a magic stick.
No, it wasn't. He was what 10?
Is that what Diddy called it?
Whoa.
Oh.
And with that, I have to interrupt the conversation because Mondo Hand, thank you very much. Get on the screen there, $49.99. Thank the gods it's Friday. Yes, appreciate you, Mondo Hand. Thank you for the super chat. I just want to remind folks, if we do make $100, and he just got you halfway there on his own, if we do get $100 in super chats on the non-video portion of the show, what I like to call segment 5 or the rando portion, there will be a giveaway for super chatters and members. Thank you, Mondo Hand. Really do appreciate it.
Thank you, Mondo. The next one is you grow the play.
Oh shit. Okay, I got to stop that. There's not supposed to be cursing on here anymore. You are correct, Mr. Max. I will get the drink. Thank you for calling me out on that one. Timothy, please continue.
Okay. Grow your players. Let them help them out when need be. You need to provide a fair basis. You need to provide the even quote unquote playing field. You need to be fair in your rulings. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. If you allow somebody to walk up, if you allow a player to walk up behind an enemy, instant give somebody, great. Guess what can happen? Now somebody can walk up and kill them too, and vice versa. So, that's part of it. And if the players this is part of the promoting growth of the players and their involvement. If they're like, why did you do this? This should be like a 20% penalty to the stat. Why did you say 30? You can say because of X, Y, and Z. To have that discussion. And then when you're done having that discussion, banhammer, we're done. Let's move on. And finally, have an idea of what may happen. You can't anticipate every little, unless you're freaking running, railroad modules, which they don't have a choice. But in a more open setting, have an idea.
You've never run a module before, have you? Because players never follow those things properly.
I have run plenty of modules, and I railroaded them hard.
Oh, wow. Okay.
They say, we're going this way. Okay, you're still running into the dragon. So, yeah, there was no going off the rails on my games.
The dragon is always inevitable.
Right.
I ran a tight ship. But you have an idea of if they now I got people at Fort Bragg, and they're still thinking, well, they want to go down to Cape Canaveral. I've got like right now I've got 2 main ways for them to get down there. Or the third option is for them to head back to base, form up a mercenary company, and then at that point we'll pause the game and whatever. So have a couple of ideas of what can happen and adjust accordingly.
Okay, so you've talked about, when players do something unexpected, kind of like we did last segment. I'm going to put a twist on this, though. What is your approach, if any, to adjusting the game's, I don't want to call it difficulty, but we'll go with that, difficulty. There could be various reasons for this, so let me give you a couple of examples to get the brain juices flowing there. You're supposed to have 6 people that played. You only had 4 that showed up for whatever reason. You continue to play the game, and you just know that we'll just say the dragon at the end, it's going to be too much for them. Or you plan for them to have an out, but they put themselves in a situation where, crap, they don't have an out anymore, at least not a good one. Whatever it happens to be. The point that I'm making here is I'm not saying that you just up down the level just so they win every time or lose every time or whatever. But how do you adjust the game's difficulty to give them the experience that they want?
So I have to, in this case, they have a battalion of equipment, and they have a large menagerie of creatures that is in control by my wife. So I have to approach, if it's to be a good challenge, I've got to swarm them with a bunch of different opponents. That's so the good majority of them is going to be, well, this happens and this happens and this happens, so we can focus on the important battles. But there's the group. I try to keep. You got to keep the group composite in mind of what options are available. Right now, my group is very well diverse. They have spec op guys, they have a robot guy, they have a beastmaster, they've got infantry, There is currently a mystic that is still currently available, but not for long for various reasons. So they can draw upon. They have a mind melter. They can draw upon their expertise and figure and get their way out. If they were a even more specialized, like if they were nothing but infantry, then there would be. I would have air support available. I would have artillery available. I would have the things that are reasonable for an artillery unit to have available to bug out quickly and safely.
Okay. All right. You guys want to ask him, follow up with anything that he said?
When you mention like I'm gonna make those available, like do you just like, isn't that like the role of the player to make those available for themselves, or you just like kind of like give them like gimme, right? Just like,
Well, in this case, well, it depends on the situation. In this situation, that this specifically for the Fort Bragg situation, they found a bunch of equipment that you could logically say, hey, there's a SAT radio. Hey, SAT guys, hey, orbital strike right now. I mean, so it could be intermixed in a loot, in a reward that they may not have noticed the first time. It's like, hey guys, give it a once over. So that way you could just stick that gimme in there a little bit. So that way you can, if you paint yourself in a corner, you still give them a way out.
Did that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay. It's like you're like, I wasn't sure if you're frozen or okay.
No, it's being snarky.
Oh, wow.
I'm not against them dying. My wife might hate me, but I'm not against them.
Go ahead,
because like some of it is gonna come through my, the points I'm gonna make in my part. So like I'm gonna hold off.
So I thought I had, because you were talking about earlier about how letting the character like come up and just from the guard right behind, insta kill. Now, a rogue or a ranger, I can see doing that. However, I don't think a paladin or a barbarian is going to have as much of an easy time trying to do that. So I'm trying to figure out, because you said if you let one player do it, then the others should be allowed to do it too. Well, how would you because the paladin in his clunky plate mail armor is not going to be able to sneak up for a backstab very well. So is that just kind of a whatever thing, or it's like you can try if you want kind of deal?
Couple of things. Number one, you could try if you want. Number two is, why is a paladin always in clunky plate mail? Why can't the paladin be in a situation where he knows that the clunky plate mail is a bad idea, and if they are actively stealthing into the evil cultist lair, he should not think, I need to be in my clunky plate mail. I need to be stealthy just like the rest of my party members. He may not be as good at stealth, but at least he won't be hindering the party at that point.
Is there a rule in your game? I know some people do this, some people don't. I'm not telling you how to play your game, folks out there. Where the paladin is not allowed to do any sort of sneak attacks. He must fight up front. He must offer a challenge. He must basically have that honorable. Basically, it has to be some sort of fair-ish fight.
I've just always heard that paladins always had that clunky plate mail armor. They always had disadvantage on stealth. I've never heard of a paladin being played any other way besides that. So that's kind of why. That's why I never thought about, like, wait, a paladin couldn't wear the armor? Because I'm so used to the paladin with his bright armor and his great sword smiting down the goblins.
As to if the paladin should always have that honor above all else, that's not necessarily a rule on my table.
Okay,
it's going to determine a lot on what god the paladin worships, and their alignment. You not necessarily might not be playing a good aligned paladin, which we would normally
okay.
call
You
that
need to stop
paladin.
talking now.
That's a whole other story.
Card, but
all right. Well, perfect timing. Mondo hand for another $20. Here we go again.
I
By the way,
was
for
living
people who
on a
don't
prayer.
know,
Oh,
yeah, for people who don't know, this meme somehow started last week, and it's continuing on now. Thank you, Mondo. And the Paladin is living on a prayer. And no, I'm not going to sing it because I'm not drunk yet because I haven't had the alcohol. I can't get my wife's attention yet. As soon as I get her attention, I will get the alcohol. But all I can say is here we go again. And yes, I know there's another super chat in here. Since it's your first time super chatting, let me let you know if it's under $20, I wait till the end of the stream, the segment. But I will get to it, and I do appreciate your super chat. Thank you. Oh crap! All right, you weirdos out there. All right. So yeah, the point that I was making there though is, I have thoughts on the whole Paladin thing. A lot of people know that I have some pretty strong thoughts on the Paladin thing. I'm not saying that's one of them. I was just curious if at your table it's required or not, because I know some people, oh yeah, the Paladin basically has to issue a challenge, yada, yada. Other people like, no, they're just fighters. And as long as they stay within their alignment, then they can still do that. So you might not backstab somebody to murder them, but the whole Ether Bunny thing might be okay, All right. Anything else that you guys want to bring up with Timothy? I was just Elsa. We'll go over to Ultra American to answer the question. I can't. You guys have me discombobulated in chat. Good job. Good job, weirdos. Okay. So Ultra, what do you consider the duties of a game master in a tabletop RPG, and how do these duties shape the player's experience?
All right. Well, first and foremost, Game Master is the arbiter of the rules of the game. Now, he doesn't necessarily have to be a master, because Lord knows we make mistakes just as often as the players do. We're not going to get everything right the first time, but we should at least be more knowledgeable about the game that we are running for the players as the players are. Players just know the basics. We know almost everything else. We know how the monsters can attack. We know how to roll for the encounters. We know what village they're going to pop up in. This is one of our biggest roles, is we take these books and we tell everyone how it works, basically, for the most part. But again, at the same time, kind of tying back to what I said earlier, we are also making sure that the players are staying engaged. We're making sure everyone's being respectful to each other. And just like that, again, kind of a little bit, I know still everyone likes to, I want to make sure that everyone has fun, myself included. So as much as I could take these rules and run them at the table, I can also just toss them out. And that's going to get me a lot of fire, because the rules are just as much guidelines as they are just rules for the table. Like, you can either play raw, or you can be like, you know what? You're right. Encumbrance sucks. Toss it out. And I know that's going to get me a lot of flack. But
our rules. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry, my bad.
It all depends on how you run your table, because I'm not going to take how I run my table and say go to Timothy or Max's table. I'm pointing the wrong way because I'm mirrored. I'm not going to go to Timothy or Max's table and expect them to run their games how I run mine. I have to be as respectful of their roles as GMs as I expect the players to be respectful for my roles as GMs. So it's weird, kind of, because that's also going to tie into when we get to the next step. Is it all almost kind of flows in together with how players' roles and GM's roles are. Is we're all supposed to be respectful of each other, and we're all supposed to be sure, like, hey, this is the rules, this is how we play, and this is what the game's going to consist of.
So, do you think that there are some systems out there that facilitate Rule 0 versus Raw better than others? And here's an example. I don't run Pathfinder, and I don't like 3rd edition Dungeons. I don't like any WotC edition of D&D. But 3rd edition is the example I'm going to use here, because it's similar to Pathfinder, where by not playing Raw, you have that butterfly effect of all of a sudden, oh crap, I didn't realize it was going to affect this. Oh crap, I didn't realize it was going to affect this other thing, yada, yada, yada. Where I've heard this across the board with people who keep making rules changes to it, where it's like, I didn't realize it was going to affect this other thing out here. Then there are games like Forbidden Lands, which is a game I really like. Man, you could do it almost what, or let's do Palladium, because Kevin is so in support of you changing everything that he's ever written with regard to that, where he wants you to actually take it to your table and do your own thing with it. And to be fair, it's really hard to break Palladium because most people don't understand it anyway. From my experience, they get confused by it. So do you think that it kind of depends on the game system to help facilitate that?
I believe you can apply Rule Zero to almost any game that you run. I apply Rule Zero in my Power Buddy Apocalypse games. Like, yes, my players do have agency, they have character agency, and they do have some sort of narrative control of what happens with the game. But there are still rules that need to be followed. It's like it is not just as free form as everyone makes Power Buddy Apocalypse things it can be. Depending on the role, certain things will happen, and only those certain things can happen. And so in my Power by the Apocalypse games, because I run a monthly City of Mist game. We're actually about to start that up again after taking a holiday hiatus. I am there to enforce the rules, and I use Rule Zero in that regard as being like, hey, we're here to have fun, we're here to have a good time, but I'm going to make sure still that we are playing by the rules, that we're all playing fairly at the same time. You can do both. There is a balancing act, but you can do it.
Okay, so once again, you said play by the rules, but you also talked about throwing the rules out. Do you? No, that's fine. I just want to get the clarity on this for the people who are watching. I'm going to guess that you're upfront with your players about what rules you change, or added on to that. If you come across a situation where you're like, oh crap, I don't like the way that works. How do you handle that at that point? If you're like, well, the player was expecting this. I didn't think about this because I wasn't expecting this use, but now I have to make a ruling. Do you side at that point for the rule and change it later? Or do you make a different ruling now and say, hey, I just don't like the way this works in my world. This is the way it's going to be. Deal.
I've done all the above. I have had a role and came across a rule for that role and be like, ooh, I don't really like that. And then I'll be like, are you all okay if I get rid of this? Because I don't want to be like, no, this is how we're going to do it. I have no problem asking the players, hey, are you okay with this? Are you okay with that? So I'd be like, are you okay with me getting rid of this? And they're like, oh yeah, cool. And then I've also actually made rules for like certain things that happen in the game. And I'll be like, are you guys okay with this? And they'll be like, yeah, cool. And of course, like again, make mistakes. I let something happen and I'll be like, ooh, that wasn't part of the rules. I'll let it slide for now. But if this happens again, we'll make sure it's done right. So I've done all the above.
Okay. I do have to interject here with another $50 super chat. Thank you, Lud. Everybody's giving me crap today. Apparently, they love the panel because all the crap is coming my way. He says, please use this to buy a bottle of something more dignified than Southern Comfort. Like a decent bottle of scotch. For the record, my wife buys the alcohol, not me. Also, it's woman work, dang it. Go shopping. Also, the primary role and responsibility of the game master is to be a master of the game system he is running. Read the effing manual. Okay. I'm always in the middle of that debate of the argument between Rule Zero versus rules as written. I'm a firm believer that when you first run a game, you've got to run it rules as written. I don't care how smart you think you are, how smart I think I am. You just don't know until you actually see it in action. So do what the rules say at first. But at some point, yeah, you know what? I just don't like the way this works. It doesn't have the feel I want. It doesn't work the way I envision the world working, whatever. Then change it. So at that point, I'm not against Rule Zero at all.
I was about to ask Ultra just about that as well. Like if he does spend some time running raw before like starting throwing rules away.
Before you answer that, I hate doing this because I got to facilitate the show and know what you guys are saying to make my comments, but I do have to, my wife isn't watching right now, so I do have to step away because I now have to take 2 shots. And so I'm going to go get the alcohol and I will be back. So Mr. Max, ask your question. Ultra Timothy, answer as necessary. And I will be right back.
Can
Yeah,
you repeat your question again, Max?
Yes. Do you spend some time running the game raw before you start like throwing the rules away or changing them in any way?
So City of Mist was the first TTRPG I ever ran, and before I actually felt comfortable to start running that, I actually took time to read through the book before I even felt comfortable to run it. So yes, I do to an extent, but it also still comes to the point that I'm human. I'm not perfect. I'm gonna mess up. So it just depends on like what's going on. Like I have like purposely like tossed out rules because I'm like it just doesn't fit before. But then like if I want to learn a system to run it, I will usually try to now play in that game before I actually run it. Like I'm actually working on a upcoming old school essentials campaign, but I'm still slowly learning it. But I'm actually planning something in the process because now that I'm getting familiar with the system, I now feel more comfortable that I'll be able to run it properly. So because I don't always have time to read with my hectic life that I have because I have a job, I have kids, a kid, not kids, sorry. And so I don't have time to just sit down.
That time.
Yeah, I don't always have time to sit down and read, but I'll like I'll either play in the game if I have the time, or what I also do is I'll listen to actual plays of a game that I'm wanting to learn about. Like trying to remember what game. Oh, when I once was trying to get into Wraith the Oblivion, I found just the one Wraith the Oblivion actual play on Spotify, and I listened to that. And then I tried to get into it, and it fell apart because Wraith the Oblivion is just a bad game.
I love it. I love the concept of it, but the idea of my character starting and all I can do is wiggle an ashtray just doesn't seem fun.
They're also like a complex game to just try to wing it.
Oh yeah, Traveler. No, thank you. But for Max's question though. You have to read the manual, and depending on what system you're using, what the age of that system is. Palladium, my personal favorite, my heart, so freaking old, so freaking many books that you still have to continuously read and reread and study because combat is such a really deep thing, and I use a shallow rule set for that, but I really need to really dig into that. New books. I had copies of books for so long that I haven't read them. I get a physical copy, I read it, and it's just my awareness, my ideas just explode because I actually sat down and I read the book. So you really have to study the material, and if it's an old system like Palladium, if it's the newer the system, the easier it is. But the older systems, you have to study them. You really dig into them.
Well, so Kevin and I talked a bit, and I don't want to turn this into a Palladium discussion. Kevin and I talked behind the scenes, a little bit, and one of the things that he's in complete agreement with with me is I keep using the term of his game as a framework. And look, I know he didn't think of that term, but I'm sure he thought of that conceptually because anything he talks about with his game is like that. But he actually likes that term for his game. He's like, my rules are a framework to give you, the game master, the tools to make the decision that you need, the ruling that you need to rule on. I think he's more of a story gamer than I am. But with that said, I mean, we obviously know that there are rules to the game. You can tell by the way he writes them. We're not sure how much he cares about those. No, I'm kidding, but all right. Yes, I'm always turning things into Palladium. We're the de facto Palladium channel. You'll be okay, Agile Mike, and Monk, and thank you and welcome to be here. Go ahead, Ultra.
Actually, something that Timothy said that actually made me think about this is I actually have taken rules from other games and applied them to different games just because I like how those work and how easily you can apply them. Like my favorite way to do initiative now for combat is how Morkborg does it. 1d6, 1 to 3 enemies, 4 to 6 your players, and that has been like the best way, in my opinion, to roll for initiative, and I apply that every chance I get.
Okay. Well, I mean, I agree, so I'm not going to say anything more to that. You guys got anything else, or are we ready to hear Mr. Max, who's probably forgot what the question is?
No, I didn't.
Okay, well, before he does that, I'm going to drink my first shot. I'm not going to drink these right away. I don't know why she gave me this horrible plastic shot glass, one of those little things. I don't know if you can see it says Gen Con on there from one of the times I went to Gen Con many moons ago, but that's what she gave me. What's that?
They're plastic?
This one is. The other one isn't. The other one's a real one. I have two drinks. Remember, one for Mondo Hand and one for Law Dog. So Mondo Hand, you're 1 cent shorter than Law Dog. So you're getting the crappy plastic shot glass, but thank you very much. Seriously, I sincerely appreciate it. I'm going to drink this one now. We'll let him answer it. Then I'm going to drink the other one so that I don't pass out on the stream. But thank you, Mondo Hand. There we go. Whew.
Maybe you could get drunker than I do. On the stream for once.
Well, I do have limits. Like if people just kept donating money, I'd cut it off at some point here. But it's just a way to kind of give back.
I have a fun moonshine story I can tell you guys after the stream.
Segment 5, we can definitely do that. All right, Mr. Max, you ready for the question?
I am. Okay.
What do you consider to be the essential duties of a game master in a tabletop role-playing game, and how do these duties shape the player's experience?
Yeah. So again, I went a bit of a different direction there. And I'm going to be controversial here. I'm going to say some people are going to get some people mad. the number one responsibility of the game master is to preserve the verisimilitude of the world. And from that, like, that's above everything else, because we're trying to immerse ourselves in this world, so the world needs to be believable. And from that other thing flow, right? The rules should be abdicated in a way that's going to favor preserving the verisimilitude, and like even applying the rules, right? The rules are kind of like the physics of the world, if we want, right? They're our understanding of the world, how the world works and stuff like that, this fictional world. So they must fit that. The NPC must fit in the world and feel real. So for like this trumps for me everything else, like preserving the verisimilitude of the world.
Mm-hmm.
And I think also like I place a lot of restriction on the GM, right? And that's where I'm gonna get like some hate.
Then
Because
speak
I got
clearly and loudly and in a voice that's very much blaming. No, go ahead.
yeah, no, because like I get triggered about a GM like that won't ever shut up, right? Okay, the first biggest restriction for the GM is don't roleplay the PCs. Don't roleplay the player's character, right? You can control the world, you can control the NPC, that's fine. The players only have their character. Let them play their character. So don't move them. Don't decide what they think or what they feel like. And that seems obvious, but you see that a lot. GM say like, "Oh, you think that or you feel like hey, that's my character. I'll decide. I'll react to this. I'll react to this."
Do you mind if I butt in now on this?
Yeah.
Because I want to address this point a little more. Because I generally agree with you, but I also don't fully agree with you.
Yeah, it's cool.
And here's what it comes down to. Look, I want to be very clear. I agree with this concept of that's the player's character. I don't like it when people tell me what my character's thinking. I certainly don't like when the DM says what my character's doing.
Yes.
With that said, and I'm not talking about charm or whatever, sometimes there's we'll call it an emotional state that the game master is trying to put out there. And so what I will do is I won't say, because I learned this a long time ago, this will get players butthurt. I won't say, hey, your character is afraid. But I might say something like, hey, this is giving you the creeps.
Yeah, like I see a lot of people do that, and this is not like this. This is not like the biggest sin I ever seen. I do think like there's better way to do it, right? And I would encourage GM to find and if you have good role player, if you have like good player with you, right? Just like they'll figure it out, right? They'll figure out that they should get the creep, and they'll interpret it as such, right? If it's justified, if it fits their character and stuff like that.
But again, you vet your players. For folks out there who might not have players that they vetted, but let's just put it this way: you're coming from a very specific angle, and I appreciate that. It needs to be put out there for people to see that, to maybe try to elevate, for the lack of a better term, to that point. But a lot of people who are going to watch this are going to be people who are more beer and pretzel players, or they're going to be more like they want to be role players like that, but maybe the players just aren't good at it, or they're not comfortable with it, or something. Do you think that there's a middle ground in there for a table that's more like that?
I think it's and that's a habit that is hard to break as well, right? So it's something that you can work towards and like cut down over time, right? And try to do less and less and less, and see if the players step in to do it themselves, right? But they won't step in if you feed them it, like if you keep feeding it to them. I don't know if that makes sense. And obviously, like there's yeah, exactly, there's exception too, right? Just like if you're getting possessed or you're getting charm and stuff like that. But it's not the GM taking your agency. It's like something in the world taking away the agency of the character. So it's very different, right? It's not the GM taking away the agency of the player. So there's exception like that, but that's going a bit in the weed. But like in general, I say like, yeah, don't move my character. Don't say what my character is doing. Don't say what my character is feeling or thinking, because that's on my BS. The other thing, like it's kind of linked to that, right? That really annoys me. It's when GM, and that's a bad habit I think a lot of GM have, re-narrate and try to embellish what the player said he's going to do, right? And I find this very disrespectful, because it's almost like, well, your turn wasn't cool enough. You said you're going to swing your sword, so let me re-narrate it in a more flourishy way, right? Just like, and again, that's something that if you keep doing, the players are never going to do it for themselves, right? They're always gonna just set a minimum and wait for you to do it, right? And I don't want that, right? So this is also a restriction I put on the GM, like, and also like the GM shouldn't speak so much. Like if you're a GM and you speak more than 50% of the time at the table, right? You fail. Learn to shut up. Let the player speak. Let the player do things, right? They're controlling the protagonist of the world, right? Of this story that we're creating together. So let them act and like at some point, like step back a bit. Like I would almost say, like ideally, you like your 5 player at the table, including the GM, speak 1/5 of the time. Try that, right? Obviously, sometimes the GM is gonna have to speak a little more, but that should be kind of like where you aim for, right? You should like inch closer to that as you can, right? Don't turn your player into audience member. You're not there to tell them a story, right? That's also something that really ticked me off. Like the story is what happened in past tense at the table, right? You get the story after you played the session, or after you played the game, right? It is what happened, not what is going to happen, right? You get it after. It's an after effect of playing the game. And same as the player, when you're the GM, you need to preserve the flow of the game. So that's also like avoid long exposition, right? Like people like want to do like you're not there to impress your friend and show them how good a creative writer you are with this box text that you're gonna read and it's gonna have like all this flurry language. Like keep your description short, say what's important and stuff like that, so the game can keep going. Like your player won't tell you that, but they're bored when you do expose them for 20 minutes, right? They're there to play a game. They're not there to listen to you read like some box text that you prepared, right? So keep your exposition short. Don't entertain hypothetical also, like like this thing like and don't discuss like what could have happened, right? Like I see that a lot when you watch sometimes like the live play and stuff like that. Like a player do like, oh, if you didn't do that, like that would have happened, right? It didn't. Don't talk about it. Like keep it for after the session when we can discuss those kind of things. Like, oh, when you did that, and now is the time to discuss those things, right? But during the session, focus. Just talk about what is happening. And I think that's enough. Did I put enough shackle on the GM there?
Yes, you made the GM not a GM. So how do you balance? Oh, another term I hate. I don't know how to say it another way right now. Adventure or plot progression, whatever, with player freedom.
The character should have goals, and there should be the one like oftentimes when you start a new campaign, right? Like sometimes you're gonna have like some premise to get the ball rolling, right? Like something that's a little more driven, a little more directed. But after that, like the ball should get rolling on itself. Like the character should have goal, and there should be the one driving the plot forward, right? They're trying to achieve something. You're supposed to be a hero. You're not just there, like when we talk about literature and stuff like that, right? Oftentimes we say like the protagonist should be the one driving the plot forward. He should not be driven forward by the plot, right? Pushed forward by the plot. It's the same thing when you play a role-playing game in that sense, right? I know like the comparison oftentimes break down between different medium, but in that case, I think it's fair, right? You're playing the protagonist, you should be the one driving the plot forward. And that's also something like, but that again, like I think it's a bad habit of the GM, like they try to feed it too much for the player and their player never grow, right? Have a talk with them, like say, you know what? Try to be more proactive. Try to drive the game forward if they're not doing it, right? And at some point, if you stop stepping in all the time, at some point they'll start doing it well as well themselves, right? Does that answer the question?
Yes, real quickly, Dying Breed. I've just done this twice now. I don't normally put comments up, but we actually discussed that, and I think they're following up on what they were talking about. And segment 1 was about the players' roles and responsibilities, and all 3 of them absolutely touched on this in some regard. So
Yep.
yes,
and that's something I'll say. I say in the player responsibility that you need to be proactive. You need to do something right in the game. Don't have your character just be a wallflower.
okay. So what do you guys got? Anything for Mr. Max on that?
So, Mr. Max, I get the whole idea of the players driving the plot. Do you think that there's a media that would work well, or if there's how would you do it a module?
I don't like module because of that in general, right? You can like because like I don't like I'm really like I think it's a mistake because like you're trying like you almost feel like you're gonna be in the railroad because you have those beats, those plot points to go through and stuff like that, and this does not match with the style I want. Like if when I tried to play model back in the days, right? After the first page, it's like, well, that's gone out the window, right? Now we're definitely different, doing something else, and because I want to embrace that, right? I want to figure out. I want to be surprised by what's gonna happen as much as the player are, right? Like we're all discovering there together. Like oftentimes, like people have like to make again like a comparison with literature, right? People oftentimes have the view of the GM like is the author of this story, but that's not true. Everybody at the table are co-author, right? We all co-creator in that. Like even if you control the world in the NPC, control the protagonist. Like that's a huge part of the story, right? If you think like the GM should be more reactive and the player more proactive, because like that's the balance that this medium would work better with. And I know a lot of people like obviously if you do that, right, a lot of game company won't tell you that because then they cannot sell you module. But I think like you should just like start with a premise as much as possible and then like just embrace it. Like I talk often like people talk about like architect in writer, they talk about like, architect versus gardener, right? Like some people like made this are you making the outline and the plot points like that and then you try to reach that, or you just like planting some seed and looking them grow? I think RPG work best for the second. Like you plant some seed and then you see what's happened. You see, you let it grow.
But if
Obviously, that's
you're
not how gardening work, but
yeah, but if you're say for example, I mean you pick up fifth ed, it's your first time picking up fifth ed,
Yep.
and so to see the rules in action though, wouldn't it be acceptable to grab one of the like the Minds of Philander, whatever it's called, and run through it to see how the rules work, and how would you um try to have that character narrative push forward? I mean, unless that's sort of something that's totally not in
that,
your
that's not something I like to do, to be honest. And also like it's I find like you need to read the model in beforehand, and I think like that's way more way more work than it's needed. And I never needed to like for me like offloading the narrative side right to a module never been like something that has needed to learn a new system, right? I can just go like, you know what, I read the rules, I kind of figured them out, maybe I played a bit somehow like on my own, sorry for the wording, and then like let's just dive in, right? Just like and because also like I don't put this pressure on myself, right? Sometimes I have bad session, sometimes I mess up, but I'm there to play with my friends, right? And they understand. They also all GM as well, and they all have flop as well, right? So it's okay. It's no big deal, right? You come back next week and we'll do better, or maybe we'll do worse even, right? Just doesn't matter. We're still having a fun time, right? And we're still like making stuff up as we go and getting the creative flow, the creative juice flowing, right?
I want to throw this over to Ultra for a second. Basically, what's been said, because you do run modules, and let's be honest, we got a bunch of 4D people in the chat right now, all saying modules suck, modules suck, modules suck. I don't agree, but I also don't use modules. But so, what are your thoughts?
Well, first question: what is this 4D thing? Because I keep hearing y'all mention it. I have no clue what y'all mean by that.
I don't have time to get into it. I know they're going to get mad at me for saying this, but just for the idea to get it through quickly, it's very much like improv. It's still a game there. There's still a game there, but if I look, I don't have time to dive into it, Mr. Max. We had the 40. I'm just saying on the quickest level. Again, I know they're all going to get mad at me for saying that, but think of it that way. Is it more like improv?
I mean, that's kind of what TTRPG.
Not lying, it absolutely is improv. Look at my response to Rick that I did what a year and a half ago, like in a simplistic sense. So go ahead.
It's a lot of just like you're coming up with on the spot what's happening, how it's playing out, what happens next. It's all a big improv with game rules and dice mechanics. It's basically what it is.
Yeah, the big difference is like what we try to do, we try to stay in character mostly, like as much as we can, so we don't ask out of character question, and we keep the mechanic talk as much as possible in the background. So we don't we still use rules, but we don't discuss them. Like we blend them into so that's the big difference that we do. So to minimize like this out of character talk.
Players have a lot more control of the world as well. I mean, it's not the full on yes and of improv, but again, I was just trying to be very simplistic about it to get it out there.
But yeah, I have a video on my channel called "What is 4D Roleplay," which I want to redo. So at some point you can go watch that. Plug on my channel.
I mean, we just don't have time to explain it in a deeper concept. The reason why I wanted to bring that up to you, Ultra, is because as somebody who does do modules and who might not see it the same way as Mr. Max over there, I mean, how do you take what he said in terms, and this isn't, I'm not trying to, by the way, I'm not trying to stir up conflict here. It's just that people have different ways of doing things. When he's talking about, hey, don't have a prepared story. Don't try to go down this path, yada, yada. What are your thoughts on?
So I actually agreed with the majority of what Max said, because how I describe my prep, even if I'm running modules, I know how it's going to start, and I have maybe a couple ways I know it's going to end. Because with the City of Mist modules, how they run it is there's different hooks and bullet points to how people get there. It's like they're still going to get to one end one way or another. How they get there is completely up to the players and the actions their characters do.
So does that include kind of like the quantum ogre concept?
I have no clue what that is.
You're supposed to meet. We talked about this 2 weeks in a row now. They need to fight the ogre for whatever reason, and if they don't go to the location where the ogre is, you just quantumly move it over here. So, now you made it over here. They don't know that you moved it, but it just happens to be there.
Yes and no. It's not really like the quantum ogre. It's not where I move one person and then they're in another location. It's like maybe like they go to one scene and there's a clue there, but they may have missed it, so they go to another scene and find a different clue, but both clues from either scene would lead them to the same location.
Okay. So I think Hickman calls that the webs or something like that.
In City of Mist, it's called the iceberg method, because there's a starting point and then it just kind of icebergs out. Actually, wait, I forgot. It's like at the bottom of the iceberg where you have all the different entryways, and then it just all kind of comes up to one final point. That's how it is. I always get it backwards.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys did a pretty good job of answering. I feel like we should dive into something more about game mastering, as far as roles and responsibility. Okay, you know what? Actually, I am going to ask a couple of things here. But the ones that I kind of had pre-planned out, just in case, you guys pretty much knocked those out already. What are you guys' thoughts on the game master is responsible for the player's fun? And yes, that is a loaded question, but I understand that has a little bit deeper meaning for that. What are your thoughts on that?
Can I answer first here really quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I understand, because I also believe you can be rule zero and also have just as much fun at the table. The problem why that gets so much hate now is because in this current modern age of TTRPG players, it's all about the GM's running the game for me and we must have fun. And if we don't have fun, you're a bad DM or GM. That's how it's all come down to now. It's the players. It's all about their fun and their excitement. Whereas, like I've said when we started, is I'm now big on GM agency, because I've had those issues where I'm running games for people and I'm no longer having fun. And if I'm no longer having fun, why am I going to bother wasting my time running a game for the players who aren't letting me experience what they're experiencing? At that point, it's rocks fall squish, everyone dies at that point, and I'm going to go spend my time somewhere else usually. So I understand why that gets so much hate. But I do believe there is that balance to where you can follow the rules and still everyone has fun and everyone enjoys the game at the table at the same time.
Okay.
Yeah, I often say that role-playing game are kind of like sex, right? You're responsible for your own fun, right? If you didn't come, it's on you, bitch, right? Just
Well, we're supposed to have some decorum here, but okay.
Sorry.
Oh, is that all you had to say? Just that? You're just gonna leave it? You're gonna leave it hanging on
Yeah,
that?
just
Okay.
like-
He does. I mean, it's just the way he
I
rolls.
think I made my point. No,
Yes, you did. Okay. I forgot what my second question for you guys was. Timothy, well, do you want to answer that while I'm thinking of what the second part of that question was?
I mean, it's no, it's not just the GM's role for to make sure the players are having fun. They've got to have fun themselves. If Max likes sex, part of it's masturbation. I mean, you gotta partake and you gotta get involved. Oh, this went bad.
It's like I love how I'm being the wholesome, kind of the wholesome one here, and these two are just taking all that out the window.
I know, right? Okay, I remember what the other side was. The other side, what about the concept of, and again, you guys might have different opinions of what this even means, and that's okay. I'm not trying to define it for you. Well, the Game Master is just another player.
I think he is another player. I don't think he's just another player because you have different role and responsibility, but you're also there to play a game, right? And that's something that is, I think, is often lost when people like see the Dungeon Master as a service provider, and I think that's a big fucking mistake when they're like, "Oh no, I'm in the swearing now." I guess the ship's gone now.
Leave your comments for Mr. Max, not for me, please.
Okay, I'll try again. This GM as like people saying like the GM as a service provider. I think that's a huge mistake that modern people like oftentimes is seen as the newer kind of scene, right? And it's, you're there to play a game with your friend as well. You're supposed to have fun too, and you're supposed to be challenged as well. You're not there to tell them a story or entertain them, or they're there to entertain you as much as you're there to entertain them, right?
Okay. Timothy, Ultra, thoughts on the GM is just another player?
Yes and no. The GMs knowing the fact that the GM has to conceptualize what's going on. The GM has to have ideas of what's going to happen or what may happen. But in the end, even the GM wants to have fun. Even the GM wants to sit there, roll the dice, and say, "I crit on you, and you take 40 points of damage. Suck that." I mean, yeah, they want to have fun of rolling the dice, hitting those crits as well, just as much as the players do.
Okay.
And like everyone's saying, is like I do agree. But like I kind of was saying earlier tonight, is the GM is basically the player with more responsibility. They also have characters that they control in the game, the NPCs, the monsters, the kingdom, the villages. They're still creating this world, but they're actively playing as all those characters, just not to the same capacity as the 4 people at your table that only have to worry about one character and all the abilities and stuff that they have to do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I just want to raise your hand real quickly because I'll be honest with you, I had a couple of sidetracks here. Which one of you believes that the Game Master must be the master? Take that to the extreme of the rules. Not just understand them, not just know where to look them up if you got them, but basically has to have them memorized.
Can you do like a maybe?
You can do a maybe. How about the Game Master needs to understand the framework, that's my term, of the rules well enough to make a reasonable ruling?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
That I can fully agree with.
Okay. I mean, there are people out there who absolutely feel that the Game Master, I mean, everybody knows out there, as Kevin Simbita says, role playing is personal to every person, right? There's going to be a gamut. There are going to be the people hardcore rules is written, nothing else can be tolerable and acceptable. And there'll be other people, as we know, they're like, I don't even read the rule book. I look at the cover picture, get the tone, and figure out what I'm going to do. I don't know. I made that last comment up, but that seems like what it is. And just so there's going to be variance in between. I think I agree with these guys. You have to know the rules well enough to run the game, manage the game, adjudicate the game. Do you have to have every little thing memorized at all times? I don't necessarily believe that.
Especially like when something like is specific to a character or a character class, right? Just
right.
Like,
no, that's the point I was going to make. 100% agree with you. Yep. Yeah, I mean, real quickly, there's a game called Degenesis, and we covered that game. It actually says in the book, we know this game, I'm paraphrasing, we know this game is convoluted, confusing, the character classes, I forget what they're called, cults, I think, in that game are nuts. And to try to figure out what every one of them can do, no, it actually says in that game, it's on the player to understand what the character can do, because it's not possible for the game master to remember all of this. And this comes from the creator of the game. So now other games might be a little bit simpler and, you can figure it out, whatever. But I'll ask people like, are you sure that spell does that? And I know somebody's like, oh, dare you ask questions? Well, I will do. So thoughts?
The whole idea of where you need to be a proper GM, that's really for an experienced game master who's been doing this for a long time. Keep in mind, everybody starts at day one as a GM at some point, and they may not necessarily understand what they're getting themselves into or what the rules truly are. So if that was one of the where you want to be as a GM, work towards it. That's pretty much what
I think that's a good comment, because I see like some GM want to put themselves on a pedestal, like saying like, oh no, I'm the master of the rules, and you don't have no business of being a GM if you're not ready to learn all the rules. And I'm the other way. I say no, I just like learn the rules, but just try your hand at it, right? Just like you learn doing it, right? Just like, and it's all right. There's no like standard to be upheld.
Back in 1982, when everybody got together at the table and everybody was a wizard for the first time, everybody was a fighter for the first time, there was a GM for the first time, and everybody had their nose in their books trying to figure out what you guys were trying to do.
So the reason I became a GM is the same reason that everyone else probably became a GM in whatever other game was. Everyone wanted to play, no one wanted to run it. So because I was wanting to play City of Mist. No one's running games, so I said, okay, I'll take the initiative then. Bought the PDF, started reading it. I only had the player's guide. I didn't have it's called the MC toolkit, which is what it's called for the game master in that game at the time. So a lot of the monsters that I created were just stuff I made up in my head. And I'm like, let me think of and I just came up with all the stats and damage that they did on top of my head. I didn't have a rule book, but I also found other people that were also like doing actual plays of that game. I took ideas from them as well. And my very first game was I just ran a bunch of, because freaking there was all the pop culture horror stuff like Slender Man, and then the Lady Dimitrescu from Resident Evil 8. Those were all popular at the time. So I took those and applied them to my very first City of Mist campaign I ever ran. So I had all these like pop culture horror icons that my players were fighting up against every time we met every couple weeks.
I did it for the money.
Okay. Getting a lot of side commentary here on other platforms. Apparently, I made some people angry. Oh, well, you'll get over it. So I think with that, unless you have anything left on the table, I think we need to jump into the next segment here, which will be about balancing the roles and responsibilities during gameplay. Now, to be fair, I think some of what we're going to come into has already been mentioned by these guys. And if it has been, I don't care if they reiterate it or if they even say, hey, listen to what I said in segment 2. But that's kind of intentional, because they talked about their philosophies of player and game master, and now we're going to merge them together. There's going to be some overlap, but we'll get to that in a moment. But hearing that overlap, I think, is important. Anything you guys want to bring up as far as the game master goes? Are we ready to hit super chats?
Let's go.
Okay,
let's go.
So, all righty. Let's start here. Well, first of all, let me pop up one more time. I drank Law Dogs, or did I drink No, I drank because he had the plastic one, because he's 1 cent short of 50. But thank you again, Mondo Hand, for the $50. I'll get to Law Dogs in a moment here. Tony Garcia, first super chat. Thank you very much for your super chat. Really appreciate you being here. Greetings. Sorry I'm late. It's okay. Now, just so folks know, especially the first time viewers, if you're watching now, the video is going to go members only once the live stream is over. But the first 4 segments, the meat of where we actually have these detailed conversations, we'll post a month later. Actually, I'm going to say that in between one of the segments coming up here. But I just want to say that for you. So if you missed anything, you have to wait a month, but you can get to it, or you can become a member. A lot of times they're gifted out to folks anyway, and check it out that way. So it will go public at some point, just not quite yet. Ron Russell says, balance is overrated. There's situations you can't overcome with brawn or brains in life. So should it be in the game. Know when to retreat and reevaluate. Before you guys comment on that, because I think y'all will agree, but we'll find out in a moment. I have a rule that I don't call it this. I'm just making this name up in my head, but it's what I do. The 3-out system. I always leave you out, and there's always 3 ways to resolve any situation. Maybe you have to fight the Hydra. Maybe you have to sneak around the Hydra. Maybe you have to speak, figure out the puzzle and speak the words of power. Just whatever. Maybe you just avoid the Hydra altogether. It was a red herring, and you go somewhere else. Who cares? The point is, I always have an out for the players, but it's up to them to take it. With that said, even in combat, there should be an out. But if you treat it like a video game and decide we're level 3, we're going to fight a 9-headed Hydra. Okay, roll initiative. Let's go. So I think that now, why do I say this? Because I think game masters do have a little bit of responsibility in there to make sure that the characters have an out. You don't have to tell them what the out is, but always make sure there's an out there for them. Now, unless they're reaching the arm in a hole and touching an orb of annihilation, that's a whole different story. What are you guys' thoughts?
So it's actually funny. So a holiday one shot I ran for Shadow Dark, I made level 3 pre-generated characters for some guys I game on Sunday with, and I created what I called a one shot, the Tomb of Saint Nicolich. So so I literally used the Lich stat block, which is a level 13 monster, against my level 3 party members. Which when I read it, because I did not read over the stat block very well, which is my fault, because if I had actually read through it, this Lich would have just wiped the floor with them. What instead happened was they all beat on each other for a few rounds, and then Saint Nicolich just poofed out of there, being like, "I'm bored with y'all. I'm gonna pop out of here." And so definitely the balancing act of the game, it's always hit and miss. It's never going to be perfect.
Somebody did not like your name.
I'm actually in Drama Goblin's OSC game as well. He's one of the couple I'm a part of. So
right,
the balancing act is hit and miss, is what we're going to get at.
Sure. I got you. Go ahead.
I don't necessarily have an out pre-planned.
No, it doesn't have to be pre-planned. You know what? Because I saw another comment about that. It doesn't have to be. You don't have to necessarily think about it. Just make sure there's one there for the players. If they do something that's a reasonable out. Also, not every monster goes for the kill. This is 2 weeks in a row we've said this as well. Not every monster just goes for the kill. Sometimes it's look, you hurt me. I don't like being hurt. You're running away. You're not worth chasing.
Yeah, that's pretty much the default, worst case scenario that my players have. They can always run away. And for the most part, most things are not going to be chasing after them because animals are not stupid.
Okay, or suicidal, right?
Or suicidal.
Unless it's the myth of the lemming. All right, let's let me put this on the screen again. Mondo Hand and all these jerks doing the whole thank you for the 1999 and your dumb Bon Jovi nonsense.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Max was here last week when that stuff started, so thank you. Law Dog says, please use this to buy a bottle of something more dignified than Southern Comfort. I already read it, but thanks again, Law Dog. This is still Southern Comfort. It's what my wife bought for me. It's what I'm going to drink. I've told her that I'm supposed to get something better next time, whether she does or not. I don't even know where she buys. She probably buys the crap at Walmart. I don't know. So anyway, but thank you very much, Law Dog. I do appreciate it. And by the way, your long-ass post about what to send to Kevin, I will send to him. It's up to him if he wants to do that or not. But some of those ideas in there were really good. So thank you. All right. And did I just see another $50 super chat coming in?
Yeah.
Dang it. Okay.
Ready.
I'm not getting drunk on stream, at least not for segments 1 through 4, but I will drink another one because I can handle that much alcohol. I'll just have to go get my wife to fill it up again. All right. So where are we in here? Crafty Matt, member for 50 months. 50, 5-0. He's at the big 5-0. He's halfway to something I don't care about. No, to nothing. He's not getting any perks.
I'm a membership.
I am a member, so there you go. Well, yeah. Well, you know what? I do have upgraded membership levels now. There's no reason to take them. I just did it in case people want to support. But anyway, the game master's job is to be the master of the rules. You cannot master the rules. You have no business being a game master. That might be a bit I don't want to say hyperbolic. That might be a bit exacting, but I get the point. And that starts with read the effing manual. I fully agree with the read the effing manual. When I hear these folks out there, they don't even use the book, then you're not playing a game. I don't get it. Like, you're not playing a game if you don't read it. I don't mind. Like, Ultra's been talking about, making changes and so forth, rule zeroing thing. I don't use the term rule zero because I think that I just don't use it. I have nothing against it. I just don't use it. But I make changes to games to fit what I want my setting to be. The rules are a framework to me, but I have to learn the game first, dang it. That's at least that's my take. So what do you guys think?
Oh, I agree with you on that.
Okay. That's what I guess we'll move on then. Thank you, Crafty, for your membership. I think you got a special number in there or something somewhere. I don't know. Where are we? Now I got a few that aren't super chats here. And the reason I selected these, because again, I don't normally select ones that aren't super chats, at least not too many of them, just so we can keep the show going. But some of these are so diametrically opposite, and I think that is important for this discussion. The messages I'm receiving behind the scenes on both Twitter, I actually have Twitter open right now, which is unusual, and on like the Discord and so forth, are basically opposite ends of the spectrum of why am I being a jerk to somebody? Why am I not understanding this other thing and so forth? Fine, whatever. But that's important because I think that's what these panel discussions are for. It's to get out there, and you're going to have to hear the things you don't want to hear. But you know what? One of these guys, I bet you, is saying something you really do want to hear. So, thank you, Per. It says, as a game master, I know my players well enough. The table won't have half of these problems. Now, reason I started this one is because I want to specifically bring up Mr. MacBovan on this one. Isn't this general comment here the reason why you vet your players?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to flip the script on this. Maybe this isn't for you, but just think about it for a moment. And this is for all three of you now, by the way. You don't get the opportunity to vet the players. You've offered to play a convent or run a convention game. You've offered to, maybe your local gaming store is like, dude, I hear you're a game master. We could really use somebody to fill in. Or you move to a new area and you've got to find some new people to play with. I don't know. But there might be reasons that you can't immediately vet the players. How do you think that some of these things then become problems or things that as a game master you're going to have to focus on a little more?
Oh yeah, definitely. Especially when you're running at a store and you have a normal churn of players or people interested, and you always have to keep some of these recommendations and guidelines and rules or attitudes in the back of your mind almost all the time, because you're interacting with a diverse set of people, a different person each time, regardless of if it's a paid system or if it's a paid session or not. If it's at the store, you might have a completely different set of players than you did the week before.
Okay. All right, any other comments on that, or we can go? Go ahead. Sorry.
That might surprise you, but I'm not a very social person. I'm a bit of a savage. So I don't like. I rather not play than play with like rando that I cannot choose. Right? I don't. And I'm not gonna do con. That sounds like a nightmare to me. So I have other hobbies I can do. So that's what I'll do if I cannot vet.
So with my my current monthly City of Mist campaign I'm running right now. Before I even did this campaign, I ran 2 different one-shots for this same group of players. I offered we all met on a Discord server. I offered to run a Halloween one-shot. The players were interested, ran that for them. I went back to them closer towards December, say, hey, you want to come back and do a Christmas one-shot? Do a little more with the system? They're like, yeah, let's do that. Because the first time they used pre-gens. Second time, they actually made their own characters. And after that time, we really worked really well. We had fun. We were like joking back and forth with each other. It was a perfect kind of symmetry. So I said, hey, would you guys be interested in doing like a full-fledged, like once a month campaign? So that way and only once a month, so we don't get burnt out too quickly. Because that's another thing is that a lot of GMs face is if you try to do so much at a time, it's easy to get burnt out. And so, and they all said, heck yeah, let's do a monthly campaign. And so that's kind of my vetting process for them, was kind of doing those 2 one-shots, because I met them online. I'm not, and plus I don't want to. It'd be kind of awkward to just, hey, get on a Discord call and then treat it like a job interview. I don't want to be that kind of guy. So just running a one-shot is an easy way just to vet new people as well, to see how they work at your online table.
Well, if you go to a 4D table, you have to come in with your resume in hand, suit and tie. No, I'm sorry, in character dress up. No, they don't do that. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Oh my God.
It sounds like Bro SR the way you describe 4D.
No.
No.
I'd almost say that they're opposite. No,
Yeah,
not
I would
quite.
say, I think what we say often with the Bro SR, we identify a lot of the same issue, but we go opposite way to solve them.
Yeah. Okay. Table Runner Christie says, did I say Christie? Sorry, Crispy says, if the destination is always the same, why does the different path to get there matter at all? I can speak, I'm not going to speak for Heathen Dog, but as I posted in chat, Heathen Dog runs games like this, where his concept is you have a beginning, a middle, and an end, and he kind of doesn't care what you guys do there. You could die, don't get me wrong. You could do something stupid and get killed there, but his story is going to have a beginning, a middle, and an end. And what you do there will influence those things, but you're still going to have the beginning, middle, and end. So it helps create that emergent story. Because if one thing Heathen Dog and I do agree on is that it is an emergent story that comes from the dice rolls and so forth. But no matter what you do, as long as you're still alive at that point, that middle is going to happen, and that end, we'll just call it Big Boss. It's probably a bad analogy, but the Big Boss at the end is going to happen. And I have yet to hear anybody. I hear a lot of people. It's very similar to me, but for very, very, very different reasons. Where people are like, Heathen Dog game sounds like crap, and yet he's got a bunch of online games that people like. So I think it's about style. Like, it might not be your style of play, but I can tell you, even the games that I was in of his years ago, I enjoyed. More railroady than I do, but I enjoyed them. So
And presentation.
What's that?
And presentation.
Yeah.
Because Heathen Dogs has a way of getting the information, and it was just making it fun and describing the results. It really helps draw you in.
For me, to answer this question is yes. How you get to the end, how the ending may be the same, but depending on the path that you take to get to the ending, the outcome that will have on the overall in-game world may drastically be changed by that. It's like, maybe like you went to one place, but you missed something very important from another place by going there. What happens because you didn't go to that scene? Or maybe, like in one module that I ran for City of Mist, it ends with you fighting this old ancient like plant deity, and there's a certain way you have to beat it. And if you don't beat it that certain way, but you like subdue it for the time being, how long will it be till that thing comes back? Is it fully subdued? What happens to the city if you don't like fully subdue it the way it's supposed to be? So just because it ends that way, that doesn't mean everything else that happens after that is just the same. Many things can change.
The world will feel different no matter what, right?
Exactly.
Okay. All right, let's move on to the next one. This is why I don't normally do the ones that aren't super chats, folks. I had somebody spurg out on me for being greedy. It's not about being greedy. It's about being able to get to the end of the show at some point. So, but we got a few more here. I think the host, Game Master, should try to make things enjoyable, but he can't force someone to have fun. Absolutely true. There are many factors influencing whether or not a particular session is fun. I can tell you in the games that I ran, for the folks that know me, usually if I got drunk the day before, the session wasn't fun. if I was having a hangover, no matter how much I prepared, I know some people, oh my God, prep, whatever. Yes, I prepped. Back then I probably over prepped, but it didn't matter. I just was like in a fog. So it just wasn't going to be a good session. So I learned, don't have a hangover when you're running a game.
Just get a bit of a shot before.
Yeah, you know how you get rid of a hangover? You drink more.
Yeah.
Like, shut up.
You can also set the ambience as well. If you set out a little charcuterie board of what your characters would be eating, it helps just make the environment a little bit more friendly to the players. That may be all you need to do.
And Daryl, I was in the Air Force. I actually had alcohol tolerance then. I don't now, but I did then. So, there are a couple times I blew a .39 and didn't go to the hospital. Probably should have. I'm sure I'm suffering some effects from that right now.
I would also say that really quick is just because it popped in my head was it's also a communication issue in that regard as well. Like if you're playing at a table and you're not having fun, and I express this to my players as well. Let me know if you don't like something that's going on, or if you think I could do something better. I may take it into account, or I may tell you, I'm sorry you're not enjoying this. This is kind of how the way we have to play. You can kind of take it or leave it at that point. And if it's just kind of at that point, like you don't have to stay at your table. Like most of the stages, everyone wants to go to Reddit and just complain about everything, and then be like, "Did you actually talk to your game master about this before just coming on here and complaining?" Because you're not making that table any better by not actually communicating with the table about it.
Yep.
I've got, hopefully in the next segment, I'll have something to say on that, but we'll see.
Yeah. Once we get to the next segment.
Right. Good point. Mr. Max, your swearing is abhorrent. The minimum standard to swear is like a drunken sailor with a hangover after getting cockblocked. Look, and I started at the surface. Love you, man. Actually, I want you on the show sometime. I'd love to have you on the show. I received a bunch of complaints when this was still the rando live stream, and for the purpose of what we're doing here, I don't care about swearing, but I actually got messages of people saying, "Hey, I'm trying to watch this with my teenagers and with my kids.
Yeah.
I'd love to keep watching this. You got a lot of great ideas there, but I'm not going to watch this with my kids." So that's why I don't have a blanket. You cannot swear. Get off my show. I just ask the folks try not to. That's what it comes down to.
I try hard.
I know. And that's why I didn't get mad at Ultra when he said, "Well, I'm just going to throw up my card right now." I was like, I get it, because sometimes it's just going to come out. It's all good, Yeah. And Patty's Parlor says, "Mr. Max, you got to grow your beard back." He's on Rumble. You can't see it. So, all right, let's
I
get
was
rid of
actually
that.
wondering, didn't he have a beard at one point when I first saw his face?
Yeah.
Ron Russell says, "Oh wait, how did I star one that says? Dang it, I accidentally clicked the wrong one." Somebody. Well, whatever Jeremy said, there you go. That I apparently the chat must have jumped and I missed it. So whatever Jeremy said, I think I liked, or something else. I don't know. Already read Crafty's. It's basically the same thing. Master the rules does not equal memorize the rules. That's fair. Read the F manual to gain a book control. You become master of where to look up. But some people don't believe in even looking up at the table. I'm not saying you're that, but I know some people are like, nope. I'm just going to make a ruling. We'll figure it out after the fact. Is that you, Mr. Max?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, so there you go.
If you can play the game without referring to the manual, play simpler game. Play game you can manage. There you go.
If I have to look at a manual every time I fix an aircraft, I can look at a manual when I'm playing a game.
This is the reason why I love the digestible size of the books like OSC and Shadow Dark, because the author of I cannot remember the author of Axe, Adventure to Conquer King's System.
Yeah,
great dude. Follow him. He's great to chat with. Follow him. I follow him. But I will never be able to play his system because that is way too much reading material for me to go through. Because I think that's like 1,500 pages total between 3 different books.
You talking about Macrease?
Yeah, Macrease.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Almost, I'd say 3/4 of it is optional, and this is what I love about it. You can be in depth and have his autism, or you can play in generalities and go quick. That's what's cool about it. I'm not saying you should play it. What I'm saying is, there is that aspect in there where you actually don't need to learn about 2/3, 3/4 of the rules if you want to just do everything in generalities.
Yeah, but that also kind of ties into another game that fits that is, I'm thinking about the Vampire the Masquerade, all those books. They sound like fun games. I would love to be like a vampire. But the problem is they make all the lore and the politics all mandatory for that game. And there's so much they put in that alone that it just turns me away from it. Like, I don't want to be a vampire that's trying to navigate the political system of the city. No, I want to play a vampire. I want to stalk the night, drink people's blood, and maybe, I don't know, role play some other interactions with vampires. I don't know. But that the current way that a lot of the vampire games are just turns me off with how they're set up.
That's always been how Masquerade has been.
I wasn't a vampire fan. I like Mage, but
I will make the
I'm about Cavian by heart.
One exception: the first edition of Hunter the Reckoning got it right. You create a hunter, and then you go out and kill the monsters.
Fair enough. I actually never played Hunter, but I know I had a lot of friends that did. All right, then we have Jason96, and I think the reason the one that I had starred that was obviously the wrong one, I think was like the opposite of this one, because I remember having two comments that were like on the exact opposite side of the fence, where it's like, I forget what the comment was, but it's essentially something like, hey, the game master needs to know what he's doing and have the world set up or some crap like that. And then Jason96 says, I make 90% of the game up on the spot. There you go. Now, are you talking, Jason, if you're still watching, are you talking rules adjudication or like the world itself that you present? We'll call it the narrative aspect that you send to the players. Because if it's that part of it, cool. I don't know if I do 90% on the spot, but I'm way more sandboxy than I give myself credit for, according to what people say. But when it comes to the rules and so forth, no, I it's definitely not 90%. So I'm just curious. Do you guys make up 90% of the game on the spot? Well, Mr. Max does. I know that. He makes up 110% of the game on the spot.
Well,
not the rules. Like I follow the rules when I play the game.
No,
I also like, you know, I can like, I don't need to, like, I can remember rules pretty well, especially like if the game is well made and the rules make sense, right? I don't need to look at the manual. That's also a problem. Like, it's not only about complexity. If a game is well designed, oftentimes the rules make sense, right? And sometimes, like, even if you don't remember exactly, you can like kind of like figure out what would make sense, and then you can look it up after the game. And if the game is well designed, oftentimes you're gonna be right. The call you made was the correct thing because it's the logical thing, considering the rest of the system, right? But there's some games that are just like all over the place, right? But yeah,
You're trying. I know you're trying.
I would agree with that from a sandbox style gameplay point of view, because you're not taking the giant hex map that you've built and putting account and planning accounts for every single one. You're usually just going off the dice rolls that you do, like, they have an encounter, let's roll on the table and see what they come up with. In that regard, you could say that's part of that 90% of the stuff you're making up, because you're not declaring like, oh, I'm having this monster here. You're like, hey, let's roll the dice, let's see what happens, kind of deal. That's how I kind of think about that from that point of view.
Yeah, I'll run a module and I'm going by the module. So really it's whatever you're running. Right now I'm running more sandboxy. No, but I have been known to roll a module.
Okay. Well, let's move on to the next one here.
that's the same.
What's that?
I was the same.
I have to drink again. You know what the thing is my wife just brought it to me. She's not even pouring it for me anymore. She just brought it in here, and so there you go.
There you go.
When fighting the Hydra, make sure it's shot through the heart. I'm not singing it. I'm not drunk. If I was drunk, you know I would. I've done it on stream before.
I'll sing it. I don't need to drink to sing.
Well, if you want to hear my wife, I'm not going to say the poo-poo words, but if you ask my wife, I sound like two cats fornicating, and I think she's being kind when she says that. So
that's a new one.
So anyways, when fighting the Hydra, make sure it's shot through the heart. All right, there you go.
Also, that's not the way you kill the Hydra. You have to cut off its head and burn the ends.
I don't think there's a Bon Jovi song that says that.
If you want to get tactical.
You should.
I will pull actually on that one.
The one with the glasses.
All right. By the way, you guys can't see the chat that's going on Rumble because when you use the static stream key, it doesn't come over to StreamYard. A lot of conversation going on Rumble, and I'm just going to say something out loud that I typed there. I love the fact over there that we've got people on both sides of the fence. My terms, okay, what I'm about to say are my terms. Don't everybody gets butthurt over terms. We got the Wargamer side. We've got the 4D side. And one of the things I posted on there is like, and I'm in the middle and everybody hates me. And it seems to be like all over the place, whether it's zero prep versus over prep, whether it's 4D versus Wargamer, whether it's playing 5e versus playing like, old Grognard, Dungeons and Dragons. I'm always in the middle. And so, like I make everybody angry. They're used to fighting each other, but since I don't side with any of them, I think they're all too extreme. I'm a Hickman Manifesto guy. I do believe in story, but I do believe it's emergent storytelling. As we've talked about here, I do believe in Rule Zero. Again, I don't use the term, but but with limitations, yada yada. You get what I'm saying here. So everybody comes after me, jerks.
Good old fence-sitting Max Liao.
Kinda, yeah. Did I accidentally delete that super chat? I accidentally deleted his super chat.
Oh no.
Well, I drank. I drank for him anyway. But Mondohan, thank you very much. I don't know why I deleted. I never delete super chats, but somehow I deleted your super chat. But thank you for the $50 again. And there definitely will be a giveaway today. If folks know that. And then always stirring up crap. Crafty for $5 says, do we have to drink a squeezy every time Ultra says City of Mist? I don't think so.
So the squeezy thing was because on my channel, I interviewed a Scudder for Mike, just talking about kind of learning more a little bit what the Broasar is, because he's one of the few Broasar guards I can actually tolerate and stand, because he's actually a decent human being out of all of them. And I actually had a squeezy of Kool-Aid that I was drinking, because I was joking about
the video I saw of yours before you came on. When you were supposed to come on in October or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Because I think that was the video I saw, because I saw the same thing. I was like, what is that? Oh, that's one of those little Kool-Aid things.
Yeah, because the joke was I'm drinking the Kool-Aid. I'm asking about the Broasar, and someone screenshot that, and that went viral for a while in the Broasar side.
That's an LOM Earth Dawn joke. What was the Earth Dawn joke?
Don't drink
taking a
every
drink
time
every
you
time
mention
you-
the...
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, we have a Earth Dawn. So game I talk about, even though we cover Palladium more than anything else, because we love Kevin, we love Palladium books. My favorite game, at least for fantasy, is Earth Dawn, and so it became a drinking game because I compare everything to Earth Dawn. So, okay, that's the point. No, we're not going to start a new drinking game. I've already had 3 shots. I'm literally only going to have 1 more if it comes in. I'm not going to have more than 4 shots during a live stream, at least not during the first 4 segments.
Yeah.
Ask Max. Check. So fill the thrill for $5 for Mr. Max. I can't put it on the screen here, and then we're going to move on to the next segment finally. Mr. Max, do you check the rules on your war games? That's from Phil the Thrill.
Yeah, if I play a war game, that's a different story, right? Because it's competitive, and it's by nature like player versus player. So the rules are a bit more important that we get them right. So yeah. And oftentimes, a lot of time, if you play something like Advanced Squad Leader, good luck learning the rules for that.
Seraphis, be happy Heathen Dog's not here, because he likes to time out people, and I'd let you get timed out for that one. All right, so all Eberron is a ripoff of Earth Dawn. So there you go.
I am not familiar with Earth Dawn.
Do you know Eberron?
I somewhat. I'm not that familiar with 5e either. So I've heard of Eberron. Okay,
I'm not reading that, Crafty. I'm not reading that. Okay, it's time to move on. We got to move on. We're running late now, so we got to move on to the next segment. Eric, you can scream Earth Dawn all you want. You were in my campaign. All right, let me get this over here. By the way, that's why I don't normally read a lot of the chat that's not super chat, because that segment just went crazy long, and I know at some point here people have to go to bed and get the hell on out of here. So, all right, next segment is going to be balancing roles and responsibilities during gameplay, and the charity we support is the Wounded Warrior Project, a national nonpartisan folks organization whose mission is to honor and empower wounded warriors. Please refer to the video's description to the link where you can make your hopefully tax-deductible donation. Last year, we did very, very badly when it came to Wounded Warrior Project donations, and so we're hoping to do better this year. 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, we did great. Last year, not so much. So I'm hoping we can make it up this year. And of course, if you enjoyed this discussion, please like this video and subscribe to all the panelist channels, which you can find in the description. Oof. All right, let's get to segment 3. And hopefully this one doesn't bloviate as long as last one. And we're going to start with Ultra this time. You've now been hazed enough. You get to start. Do you think players and game masters can effectively balance their roles and responsibilities to create a cohesive and enjoyable gaming experience. Now, before you answer, I know what people are thinking about with this question. Well, that's a pretty low bar question. Of course they can. It's more than that, though. I think we've all played. You're pretty new to the hobby, but I still think that we've all played in sessions where either the game master sucked or the players sucked, etc. So sometimes things go poorly. And that's kind of what this question is about. Not saying he has to answer it that way, but just to point out there, if you think the answer is just, well, yeah, duh, let's move on. No, there's more to it than that. So one more time, just for the audience out there, I'm going to read the question. How do you think players and game masters can effectively balance their roles and responsibilities to create a cohesive and enjoyable gaming experience?
So you are correct. It is a lot more than that. And it comes down to two very simple things: respect and communication. So everyone has to respect each other's roles at that table. GM respects what the players or what they're bringing to the table, and then the players respect what the GMs bring to the table. And at the same time, everyone has to be able to learn how to communicate properly with each other. If there's a discussion that needs to be had, someone needs to bring that up. You don't just ball it aside and wait till the game's over. It's like, well, I didn't like this or I didn't like that, because I've had players do that to me before, and I don't like that, because I'm sitting there like, well, why didn't you bring this to me then? What was it about me, or was it something I did that made you not want to tell me about this, that I could have made this game better for you? Because that's what I try to do. Because even though, yeah, I'm rule 0, I still want everyone to have a good time, regardless. And it's because of those situations like that where I was like, oh, everyone have fun, and then no one tells me about everything I'm doing wrong, and then they try to make me feel bad afterwards. I'm like, okay, now I'm going to implement rule 0 and be like, no, we're going to play, or I'm going to go a little more heavy-handed on the rules. But you guys can still have fun, but we're still going to be like very follow the rules. If you want something out, we can. If you want to add something, we can. But there's going to be discussions. It's not going to be all willy-nilly anymore, like a lot of people want to do now these days. So yes, it is very much more of a complex situation than just, yeah, duh. It's like players and GMs have to be able to mesh very well together at their tables, which is why, as we've discussed, vetting your table or maybe just running a group through a one shot to see how they all mesh together at the table is very much important to see how the future of that table may be, because you don't want to run a campaign that goes like a year and you all just are ready to strangle each other like Homer Simpson does with Bart.
Do you think that's one of those things? So I don't lump this in with session 0. However, I remember that all the times in the past when we'd say things that before session 0 was a term, it'd be like, hey, come on over, let's make characters and we'll play this game, whatever. That if there's somebody new or we were trying a new rule system or the majority of the people didn't know how to play it, we would run through like a quick scenario, even if it's just an arena scenario, just to get so they could feel the how combat moved. Do you think that that's something that that session 0, session 1 or whatever would facilitate?
Oh, absolutely. Because my session 0, like I've mentioned, it's character creation, and then it's also to explain what the game is going to be or what kind of game the characters want to play if I don't have something already in mind. Like because Crafty's been making fun of me for it. City of Mist again, the current campaign. The current campaign I'm running, it's a pre-made one, but it's very heavy-handed in the content. A lot of depression, a lot of dark themes. And on top of that, I'm setting it post-Vietnam War. So there's all that kind of context coming up in the gameplay as well, with what happened after the war, what happened when the soldier came home, kind of deal. That's taking effect in this game as well. And so I'm straight up with my players like, hey, this game will contain this content. If you think this is going to be uncomfortable, I don't want you to have to force yourself to sit at my table. You're free to go play somewhere else. I do that all the time. No one leaves my tables. So I do agree that, yeah, if setting up modules or at least taking like small little adventures and then like going through the characters with them and explaining like ahead of time what may entail, just out of respect for them. You don't like, because I know GMs, you don't have to do that. I just do it out of courtesy. That's just me.
Okay. So, in what ways can the game master empower? And I'm intentionally asking you this question and not Mr. Max, because I'm going to do something a little bit more out of his wheelhouse when it comes to it. So, in what ways can the game master empower players during gameplay? Yeah, I'm intentionally kind of going against the mold with these follow-ups here because I think we know what the answers would be for you three when it comes to the ones that you've already been describing. So now we're going to put you in a situation here where, hey, how do you and empower can mean a lot of things, by the way. Maybe they help world build, maybe they help they find unique ways to use abilities, but how can you help them do this, or how can you encourage them to do it?
The one thing I do, and that's something I'm doing right now, is I actually talk to my players one-on-one, and if I come up with like something I could do with like, because they make some small backstories for their game, for their characters, and I think about what can I do with that to affect the world more. And or like if okay, so there's this kind of person. Well, what if I brought this person in and they met this person? And I talk to my players also one-on-one privately, being like, "Hey, I have this idea. Are you okay with this?" So that very much empowers them to still want to kind of interact and be engaged with the game, because not only are they coming to the table, having a good time with whatever adventure or mystery I'm putting them through, but I've now given them a more integral part of the story by tying their backstory to something, or having them interact with a character that can also tie back to them or something. So that's just kind of one. That's how I lose my train of thought here again. Sorry.
No, you're good.
That is one of the main ways. Especially because again, probably Apocalypse, more narrative. So it's not the same as Old School Essentials, which is a completely different style of game, and I'm still learning. So I'm not going to be able to do everything I do in one game in Old School Essentials. That's just not possible. But in this version of a game, that's something I do to empower my players.
Yeah, I did some Dungeon World in the past. I'll just be honest with you, I wasn't a fan, but I do understand why people like that. For me, it's about I don't like the fact I want to roll dice too as a game master, and I didn't like the fact that I didn't. But that's just personal preference. All right, you guys have any questions for Ultra on what he said? Comments, concerns, contention?
No.
Okay. Well, then fine. I know in the first couple of segments, honestly, the first couple of segments were like the separate versions of this one. So I'm sure we got a lot of that out in those first couple. So I'll just bounce on over to Mr. Max then and ask him the question. How do you think players and game masters can effectively balance their roles and responsibilities to create a cohesive and enjoyable gaming experience?
Very good question, Max. I think I mentioned before, like the GM control the world and NPCs, and the players control the protagonist, right? So when everybody like staying kind of in their lane in that sense, right? That's gonna improve the game a lot, right? And improve the flow of the game a lot. And the flow of the game, it's something I talked a lot about, right? Preserving the flow, right? I mentioned that a lot. Like avoid asking question, don't entertain hypothetical, right? All those kind of things to preserve the flow. Because if both GM and players do that, right, you can do so much in a shorter session, right? You don't need to if every turn the turn are taken quick, because like the player do something with their character instead of like asking all kind of like different, like, oh, what if this, what if that, oh, can I do that, what, oh, that's working again, right? You can do so much in one session, right? It's dense in content instead of like just having like wasted time entertaining all kind of like what if question and looking through book. So that's one way they can work together, and that's one that's gonna maybe piss you off, Max, but I often say it's not the GM's story. Like it belongs to all the player at the table, right?
I actually don't disagree with that. I think I don't run a story. I run timelines. I run a world, and so I'm focused on the world building. Now the players have to conform to the world, yes, but the result of the role playing, I don't know what it is. They could join. One of the things I say is because it's just an extreme example that makes it easy. I might be prepared for them to go on the epic quest to throw the ring in Mordor, and they decide, screw that, we're going to join Sauron. And I'll let them do it.
And I would go a bit further, right? Like when you say like the player has to conform to the world, like I said, like obviously like we agreed on the world, on the big line, but I don't want you to do like every detail from the world, like from the get-go, right? I often say like you start with the world with a lower resolution, and through play you figure out like like you have the big line, the big detail, the detail, and the focus get like detail. Sorry, and the detail get design as you go through, or reveal as you go through, right? It's like when you read a book and you watch a movie, right? You don't have like 20 minutes in front, like telling you all about the world, unless it's a shit movie or book. Like you get the big line, and then as you go through it, right? Watching the movie, reading the books, tell you about the world, right? The way that people by the interaction of the character and stuff like that. You can do the same thing in role playing game, right? Through interaction, and you figure it out, and that's why also like I like co-creation, because then like you can have stuff like being put there together, and like the characters, like people said, oh, it's the GM's world, but it's actually the character's world. The
No.
character lived the whole life in that, not the player, the characters,
Oh,
right?
no.
They live
Okay.
the
Nope.
whole
Nope. You're right. I was thinking player. You're correct.
Yeah, they live their whole life, so they should know something about this world and stuff like that. So if you like always have to cock block them on that, and like it gets like a bit silly at some point, and just like gonna slow down to a pace. And you don't have to be married to every little detail. Like like oh, somebody like talk about this oh, the king of the neighborhood kingdom, Rolf, and you gotta know that no, it's actually like Johnny, right? It hasn't been revealed. Does it matter? Just roll with it at some point, right? Just like you can accommodate like that. Just
Have you
instead
sat
of
at
doing
my
like
tables? Because
no,
I'm horrible with names, so I love it when my players come up with
yeah.
names. like,
But
like,
I hate when GM like for a detail that doesn't really matter. It could go one way or the other and wouldn't change the impact of anything, right? But the GM just going like, oh, actually, or oh, you wouldn't know, like it's like yeah, just roll with it, right? Just it doesn't matter, right? They want like a player want to invent a holiday or something because like sometimes like oh, remember like when I was back in this right, and then he mentioned a holiday that just made up on the spot. That's fine, roll with it. Like now you have something else in your world that is cool, right? And it doesn't
I
have to
would
be
tell
like the
you it
biggest holiday.
depends. Like it
Depends.
really depends on what they're doing. I think you've kind of said that as well. I mean, they can't just come in like owning the world. No, and we've
No,
talked
exactly.
about
Like
this.
the limit, right? Just like they're not in charge of everything, and you can always
Right.
have a way as a GM to put block on them, like without like saying like wait, no, wait, just like you can, But
When we've
yeah,
talked about it before, where one of the things I love when players do is they come up with wives' tales.
yeah,
Easiest one again, and I do this just because it's real easy for you guys to visualize, is don't copy real world ones, but the idea of like, ooh, I heard that there's a pot of gold under the rainbow that is protected by leprechauns.
hmm
Is it true or is it not true? Who
yeah,
knows?
exactly. Yep.
You won't know unless you go actually do that. And now you just give me something to do on the side. Like, well, I was planning on them to do this thing, but this will waste some time. Awesome. Let's go do, if that's what you want to do. If you're going to try to find the end of the railroad, I can throw some random encounters in there, yada, yada, yada.
That's the
Did I
thing.
say
Also, like,
railroad? Rainbow.
your character should have like should have a belief also, like like they have goals and motivation. They also have
Mhm.
belief, and some of them can be punk, and some of them are gonna be real, and the character doesn't know, and the player doesn't need to know until like it's explored through play, right? Like RPG, they're by nature collaborative experience, so they should engage with that to have like like the higher level of immersion, right? Just like that should be the goal. So that's I think where the balance can be found.
You guys can't see the Rumble chat, unfortunately, but there's a lot of good stuff being said over there in Rumble between the Wargamers and the 4D folks. All right. Do you guys have any? Oh, wait, hold on. I got a follow-up question for you. Where was it? Where was the one for Mr. Max? Nope, that one's too easy for you. Here we go. Because I want you to define this a little bit more. How can players take initiative without undermining the game master's setting, basically? I don't like the word that was actually used here.
Yeah, it's always about like respecting the world and respecting the tone, and you shouldn't just like conjure up stuff to give you a win, right? It's always about like preserving the verisimilitude, right? That's the word I use a lot tonight. I'm sorry. Drink to that if you want. But
No,
like,
that's
it's
a
always
good word that I think, fine, we'll drink to it, but that's a word I love. I love the verisimilitude word.
It's always about that, right? That's what we're trying to do. What we're trying to do tonight, like together at the table on RPG, right? When you're playing an RPG, we're not trying to, if you're trying to win, like it's stupid because the GM can just like throw more monster, and it's gonna, having this competitive kind of like element with between the GM, like it's not a fair fight. So if you win against the GM, it's just because he let you win, right? Just like, so that's not what we should try to do. What we try to do is like to have this cool world that we can explore together, have this situation that we can see how it unfold together, right? That's the interesting part of it. So if you're just like throwing stuff like to give you like an edge all the time, right? Just like, and you're kind of missing the point at some point, right? Like the struggle is important, is interesting as well, right? The challenge. So if you're always trying to like disamorph it by giving you an edge, you're cheating yourself. Did that answer the question?
Yeah, but I'm going to piggyback on that, and I know it probably seems like I'm trying to guide you to a place. I'm not. I like the 4D perspective, even if I don't fully endorse it or agree with it. But I like it, and I think that this is piggybacking on that last question. Is how important is it for players, especially players who have somewhat control of the world, to understand the game master's perspective and vice versa?
It's somewhat important, but it kind of goes both way, right? Like the like, I think like oftentimes like the GM, I think the GM shouldn't be a control freak in a sense, right? You should be able, like, you should come through it to the session like in an honest manner, in a sense that you're coming there to collaborate on this thing, that you're not there like to tell a story to your player, right? So you should be honest about that, right? So if the player threw you a curveball, you should be able to accept it, right? And to swing at it at some point, right? So that's what I would say. Like, it's important that the player kind of like, there need to be a mutual understanding. The players for the perspective of the GM, but sometimes also as a GM, you might have expressed yourself not correctly enough. Like, not, maybe you've been a bit too vague, or maybe like the player misunderstood and it's an honest mistake. And maybe their interpretation is just as good as yours, so you can roll with this one, right? You don't
So
have
this is one of the reasons why I kind of disagree with you on some of the 4D stuff about not asking questions and so forth. And maybe, again, I don't self-diagnose myself with anything. I know there's a rumor out there because I had to get a security exam or a mental exam for my security that I might have OCPD or some crap like that. Whatever, it's BS. But whether somebody's got ADHD or ADD or OCD or whatever terms out there, I just know that what I visualize in my head, I think I express to the folks out there, but then they do something like, that isn't what I said at all. Like, well, this is what we thought, this is what I heard, or this is what I meant. So I guess sometimes the point I'm trying to make out there is, and I agree with you in the sense that, hey, you got to be clear. You've got to make sure that what you're saying fits. I'm paraphrasing, obviously. But if you don't, why can't a player have a clarifying question?
Because like for me, preserving the flow of the game and this immersion is more important than the exact suit of my vision, right? Like, I have my vision of what I'm describing and stuff like that, but that's like, I'm one guy there, right?
Okay,
They
then
also have their
that's where
vision.
you and I are going to disagree.
Yeah, that's like, I'm much more like in the power level. I'm much more like flat, right? Like, I think I'm gonna say like the role playing communists are there, right? Just like yeah. So I'm not like adamant, like, I put like something above my own vision of the game, right? Like preserving the flow and like the collaborative experience. And I don't want to if I found like, if you always try to be precise and stick to adamantly to your own vision, then you're gonna have like players that are hesitant, and they're gonna ask a clarifying question, and then they're gonna ask more and more and more and more. Like, it's a slippery slope, right? I want to give them the freedom to just like do something, just act, right? That's the point I'm making.
Okay. Do you guys have any questions, comments, concerns for Mr. Max Boivin?
So this is gonna be the time that I will also disagree with Max, because I think it's because of the way that the current TTRPG players are today. I don't want them trying to build upon this world that I'm having their characters interact in, because I don't want them to drastically change everything to the point where someone's not going to have fun. I would much rather, as a GM, either like I don't do a lot of build rolling. I may like have one central location, and I may just work my way out as time goes on, depending on the game. But I would much rather have the characters interact with the world that I already have than for them to build on it.
Yep. I get your point, and it's a fair point. Like when as you say, like considering the current like state of the hobby, right, and new player and stuff like that. But you know who I am. Do you think those players join my game?
Yeah.
Well, that's a fair
let's
point.
also be very, very clear for folks out there. Different strokes for different folks. As I'm reading the chat that's happening on both the YouTube and the Rumble side, we can tell that there are people with differences of opinions. I mentioned that I tend to be in the middle of everybody, which is really creepy sometimes, and that gets me a lot of jabs from from everybody because I don't adhere to any extreme, at least as far as I'm aware. But I'm an extremist in my middle stance, if that makes sense. So I'm kind of extreme in my own way. But for the folks out there who are watching, that's kind of the intent. I know I keep saying this, but I need to be clear about this. Yeah, Mr. Max's way might not be for you, but it might be something you want to aspire to. Ultra's way or Timothy's way might not be for you, but you know what? That the way you run your games or where you run them or how you run them, it makes more sense to you. So
Now,
just go ahead, Tim.
I'm sorry. I'm actually, again, I'm in between these guys. I'm more of what works for the table. What does the table want to do? Do I agree with many of these newer players? Personally, not really. But if we're at the table and if it makes the game interesting for everybody at the table, for example, I ran a little pre-made module of Palladium. I handed out the characters. Friggin' one of the players said, "Hey, I'm going to be Thomas the Tank Engine," because the character's name was Thomas the Tank, whatever. And so we went with it. He manifested Thomas the Tank Engine. He was just powering down the freaking railroad. He was making the railroad as he's going through. I'm like, well, you go over the hill. He goes, no, I go through the hill. I'm like, roll me D20. He rolled a natural 20. You go through the hill and you make a tunnel, because that was fun for them, and I was having fun. So it's Muppets. Well, I mean, yeah, kind of. It's well.
There you go.
But if the table
can't get it on
wants
the screen
clown
right.
shoes, if the table wants clown shoes, and
It's a bad table.
No, if the table's having fun with clown shoes, it's not a bad table, Max. Because I like my clown shoes. So it's a matter of what's the table? If I didn't want him to be Thomas the Tank Engine, I would have said so. And that would have altered that whole entire session, or maybe not even turn somebody away from a game that will eventually come in and get into the normal traditional roles that are laid out. But you got to have a little bit of fun every once in a while.
Yeah, I'm always considered the guy who doesn't like to have fun at the table, but my fun is actually being serious in a game. So but I'm just going to say it again. Different strokes for different folks. I absolutely look. It's funny, Kevin, and I'm tangenting here for a moment, but Kevin told me, he's like, you're really open minded about this stuff. I'm like, no, I'm not. like I just play open minded when I'm doing these shows like this, because it's beneficial to make sure I get the best out of Ultra, the best out of Mr. Max, the best out of Timothy Frelly. But I'm very puritanical in my way, which is different than all three of these guys, right? But if I just came on here and spurged out all the time, well, that just it wouldn't work. But the ultimate answer is, and I think Timothy this is what you were saying, correct me if I'm wrong, is like, if it doesn't work for you, don't sit at that table.
Yeah, it's what works for the table. And if you're a part of that table, then it works for you.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's something like I talk a lot about like vetting player and stuff like that. And I'm not really like, well, if you not right for my table doesn't mean you're not right for the hobby. You're just like not right for my table, right? There's plenty of table. You can find your own or make your own, right? Just like, yeah, there you go.
So Timothy, did you get a chance to answer the question directly? Did I ask you the question, or was this still part of follow-ups?
This is still Max.
Okay, so I got to ask you. All right, well, let's do that then. So, just to remind folks the question, how do you think players and game masters can effectively balance their roles and responsibilities to create a cohesive and enjoyable gaming experience?
This comes naturally. The two sides, and yes, it is two sides. One side of the table or one side of the panel versus the other. Well, not necessarily versus, but so the two sides will come to a symbiotic relationship. They will balance each other's out. They will learn each other's pros and cons, gives and takes, and they will form this story together. Um, yeah, that's
Okay.
sorry.
Well, so what strategies do you recommend for fostering open communication between the players and the game master?
Have as many channels as possible. Promote, hey, if there's something you don't like, let me know. If there's something you do like, let me know. If I really creep you out, then I'll know when you walk out. But no, um, I've also started a channel. I run my Saturday game on Discord, and I've created a whole nother chat channel for the players, for them to have their in-character communications or their discussions of what's going on that they can use, and they can discuss the events that's going on. They plan things out if they want. That way, it's a pseudo in-character, out-of-character kind of channel. But you promote them to have that discussion with you, and if depending on your role, your preferences as a GM, whether or not it's right then and there at the table or if it's afterwards, that's up to you. But you
Okay,
have
well,
to.
let's dive into this a little more then. How can players and game masters collaborate to resolve in-game conflicts? No, you don't know. Forget that. Forget it. At the table conflicts.
At the table, it depends on what the conflict is. If it's
Just making something really dumb.
no, if
The
it's
meaning of an alignment. Okay,
right.
you play Palladium. That's a little more difficult because those alignments are actually well done. But let's just use some dumb extreme example because it doesn't matter. The game master says, that's not what a paladin would do. I'm stripping you of your paladin hood because I don't believe that that's a lawful good thing. Yada, yada. And the player freaks out. And the players at the table are split. Some people are like, yeah, that was pretty dick move what you did there, dude. The other like, no, I think that fits within lawful good. How would you, again, without getting into specifics, you don't have to place some answers. How would you generally work through that conflict?
You may have to call a timeout and explain, here's why. You did this, you did this. Your tenants say this, this, and this. Explain, spend about 10, 15 minutes and explain to the character or to the player why they violated their tenants. And to help promote them to, that's part of the helping them grow and helping them, and they need to understand their character. So yes, if you may need to pause it and have a brief discussion, and at the end, this is the ruling. We're moving on.
How long do you make your session?
It varies. Right now, my Saturday session is about 2 hours, but we're also a very well experienced group of individuals.
So you don't have to cut for those 10-15 minutes too much, I guess, right?
No, and we don't usually have.
2 hours.
We don't have to. We don't usually pause 10-15 minutes to go over a ruling. We'll pause 10-15 minutes because of a joke, but not because of. But not because of a ruling.
Maybe it's because I'm humorless, right? Never make a joke, right? Never like.
Well, I'm more of a looser table. I'm not the you must be a character at all times.
Yeah.
Because I'm Batman. No, I mean,
otherwise it's the bad
drugs go.
So I mean, if they're I've got several players, and they're
Okay. And this question's for all of you. Jump in however you want. Whoever just starts talking first, let them go. How do you handle players that basically act like the game master? And I could do 100 different examples of this, but it could be something simple like, that isn't what they do, or you need to do a better job with this, or that's more of a suggestion, even though it's a dick move. Well, that isn't what I do in my game. What I do is this other thing, blah blah blah, while the game's going on, whatever it happens to be. Where you know those players, those alpha type players, especially when they are game masters and they're forced to be a player. When they become a player in somebody's game and they forget that they're not the game master anymore.
It's a matter of. I'll jump in on this if you don't
Sure.
guys don't mind. If you're the GM and somebody goes, well, in my game, just take a few moments, hear them out. If it makes sense and you agree, then do it. If it doesn't make sense and you're like, well,
So
thanks,
you
that's
don't
your table.
necessarily have to shut them down outright and just be like, this isn't your game, this is mine.
No. I mean, that's to me, that's a dick move. Just let them say their piece, and that's where the this is the ruling. Let's move on.
Okay. Ultra, Mr. Max.
Obviously, like since we don't allow out of character talk, right? That would be like already a transgression for that, right? That would have been agreed upon, like
Sinners and heretics, all of them.
If they would still do it, right? We're just like, stop. Let's keep that for after the session, right?
Okay.
And we always reserve some time for after the session. One thing also, like I would say, that would be acting as the game master in a sense. Like I say the game master is not allowed to role play the player's character, but a player wouldn't be allowed to role play an NPC, right? Those are in the BS of the GM, right? So it goes both ways on that sense.
That'd
right?
be funny. I'm gonna talk to the king. No, the king wouldn't say that. The king would say this thing.
Yeah, exactly.
What? You're the player.
Yeah.
Shut up.
So there's that limit as well, right? That goes without saying, but
Ultra, thoughts?
So the basic consensus idea is usually if once you sit down at the table, you are supposed to be accepting of how that game master of that table that you chose to sit at is going to run this game. If I chose to sit at Timothy's table or Max's table, that means that I accept how they're going to run their game. I cannot expect them to run a game how I will run my own games. And I would also think vice versa. If one of them were to come and sit down at my table, I would think they would be respectful enough that they would be okay with how I run my table for the most part. If they wanted to throw me some pointers here and there, I wouldn't mind that. I'm always open for suggestions. But if it gets to that point, and I take a more firmer stance now in these later days, just because of how everything's been going with the hobby and stuff. It's like I may talk to you about it, but if it's going to be continuous, and parents cover your children's ears, I'm just going to be get the fuck out at that point because with how everything goes and how it becomes because again, I want everyone to be able to have fun. I'm not going to sacrifice my enjoyment just so you all can get away with having your own fun though. So if you're going to try to GM over me and my table and how I want to run things, yeah, you can go kick rocks somewhere else into that point.
But also, though, if you're the most prominent time I've seen this, and I've done this on a time or two, is when you're dealing with a new GM, somebody who hasn't GM'd often, or even if they're GMing Palladium for the first time, which I'm in a game with the GM, it's his first time GMing Palladium. Sometimes he'll make a call, and I'll say, "Look, X, Y, technically speaking," and I tell him, "Look, this is your game. The rules do state X, Y, and Z, but just so you know, again, this is still your game." So I try to caveat that, his choice. Here's what the books say.
Yeah, and one thing also, like I would add on on a backseat GMing, right? One thing also I don't tolerate is like backseat role playing another character, right? Like people like oh no, you should do that. Like I want to win somebody else's turn, like hey,
And
enough,
that's
like shut
very
up, right? Just,
problematic.
yeah, like
That
let it,
actually
like you
caused
had
my wife.
you had your turn, you control your character, let him control his character, right? Just like that's also like a big problem I see that I think player
And
need to respect each other as well. And
that
Going
caused
back
my
to
wife
maybe-
not to GM or not GM, but not to play for quite some time,
Oh, yeah.
and getting over that hump.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I got
I mean,
to say, like people often do it to a woman, like female player. I don't know why. Like it's like it's true. Like you see that all the time. You watch like live play and stuff like that. There's a girl in the live play. Now it's her turn. Everybody want to give her to tell her what to do. It's like, hey, let her play. It's her turn. It's her character.
Yeah, I despise when another player or the DM tells me what I need to do with my character, reminding me of something that I may have forgotten. We actually had that issue in Bear's game where I actually asked Bear, can I say something out of character? I don't think he knew what I was going to say. Maybe he did. And so that's probably a dangerous question for me to ask. But it's because one of the players, because we hadn't played like 3 months, forgot something incredibly relevant that he needed to know, but we hadn't played in like 3 months. Bear gave me the okay. I mentioned it. He's like, oh crap, yeah. And it progressed things along. I'm sure that's pretty verboten for you, Mr. Max, but in a situation like that, I could see it. Now, I tend to run games every week, so that would be I'd be able, well, if you forgot, you forgot. You didn't write down notes, whatever. But I can see a situation where that could come into play.
One big boon of doing stream game is you can go back watch the last session before you do the next
Who
one.
does that?
I do. We all do. We pretty much all do.
So
in my group,
I have a question for you guys here, and I don't think none of you are professional DMs, are you?
No.
Okay.
No.
We don't have Connell on here. But one of the things he tells me a lot, and it drives me crazy, because you guys have been saying, like, I think Ultra, you said, like, I agree with you, and it's like, this is you came from my experience, okay? I'm the game master. If you wanted Mr. Max's experience, you should have joined Mr. Max's game. Oh, you didn't make his vetting process? My fault. You'll have to do 3.5D because you're not good enough for 4, apparently. But, Mr. Max like, nope. But no, is one of the things he says that he has to do is he has to capitulate, because he's a paid DM, and sometimes they'll ask for like off the wall stuff or things that don't make sense. Whatever. Like, to me, it'd be the clown shoes thing. Do you think that a professional DM needs to capitulate in this case because people pay to play, or do you think my mentality, which is you're paying for my experience, therefore this is what you're going to get, is the right answer?
You had Armin Ginger on last week, and
Yep.
she did the paid GM stuff as well, and she was agreeing with you. I said, no, you paid for the experience of my running the game, like me running the game. So that's what you're gonna get, right?
So what would you say to players who like, look, we came here, we know we were paying you, but basically they thought they were paying the gaming store. The gaming store is the one that hired you, for the lack of a better term. So you're kind of like, they don't know you from Adam, so to speak. Sure, you might have a session 0. I know I'm speeding through a bunch of stuff here because I don't want to bloviate too long. But when you sit down at the table, it just wasn't the experience that they thought that they were going to have. And they're like, we prefer to do something more like X, or we want more magic items, or we want more sparkle trolls, or we want more death, or we want more I don't know.
You can look for somebody else to run the game for you then.
Okay.
When I was running, when I was a paid DM, this is why I ran modules. And I always advertised, this is the module I'm running. So when it comes to rewards,
go read it beforehand.
Oh, who cares? I didn't care. But when it came to rewards, there was no. I was not deviating. When it came to the actual characters, I would be. I would be flexible. Yeah, if they wanted to pull something out of another book, okay, sure, whatever. It's not going to change anything. So, I was flexible to a degree. Yeah, when you're in that kind of environment, you have to be pretty hard on what the expectation is going to be. That's why I prefer modules in that kind of environment.
Okay.
As for the paid GM, it kind of depends on the person, because I've heard like people will talk about how like they had someone come up to them and be like, hey, we want to pay you to run this module for us. And then that person will be like, okay, as you pay me this, I'll do this. Is there like a certain way you want me to run it? Certain rule set kind of deal? But then you also have the other side where, and I would agree in this regard, is you have the GMs that are like, I will run this type of game and this is how I run it. And you are now paying me to run this game. So I've seen it work both ways. And both ways, there's not really a right or wrong in that regard. You're just getting paid for different types of GM services at that point.
Okay, so basically both ways have merit. Do you think that that's something that a session 0 should cover?
Oh, exactly. Like maybe like a free session 0 for that paid person you're paying to cover. Like, okay, you're paying me to run this adventure. How do you want me to run it? Or the paid GM has a session 0 to be like, this is how I'm going to run it. Are you guys okay with this before you give me your hard-earned money for it?
I guess there's a question of clout in there, right? If you're like some GM with some repute, right, and like people like come to you for your game, then it's gonna be your game. If you're just like just somebody that
I have clout
like,
in my own mind.
That's a clot.
Yeah, not a clot, a clout. A clout. Wow, I can't talk. Maybe that alcohol is getting to me. All right. Anything that you guys want to anything that any alibis, anything you didn't get to say about balancing the roles, or are we ready to move on to the next segment?
There's
I'm
no
ready to
balance.
move on.
with
All
Palladium.
right.
If my PO asks, I hang drywall.
Let's go over here. We got some chat. So the next segment, just so folks know, is going to be on the evolution of roles and responsibilities in modern RPGs. Now, one of the questions that I kind of have, and I'd like the panelists to think about, is is this evolution real or is it perceived? And again, they weren't prepared for that, so I'm not stressed over it. But the reason why I say that is because, especially if you read the chat that's been going on here, and this isn't true across the board, but generally speaking, a lot of the older grognards have a completely different way of playing than, say, the 5e people. And yes, we can be stereotypical about that, but it helps present the image of what we're talking about. The beer and pretzels rules, kickback, just move your little pongs across the board and attack and roll the dice, versus the I want to freaking sell coffee at a barista for some stupid reason. And anything in between. But you also hear these things about the evolution of the roles where a lot of the older people say, you're only a referee, you're only an arbiter, that is it. And the newer people are like, no, you're here to give me my fun. Again, I'm in the middle. So just that's what the next segment will be about. So we'll just have them think about that a little bit. We'll read some super chats here. Do we have super chats? Again, I apologize to Mondo for deleting that other one, although it was the last segment. I still read it though. See, no super chats. Now, here's a question from Crafty for all of you. Does gatekeeping as a concept exist when it comes to someone's table?
Yes. Very much so.
No.
It does, because you have to you if somebody is not right for the table, you have to kick them out.
But you're not gatekeeping them from the hobby, right? You're just like,
No, that is true.
Those books are for sale. You can just buy them and make your own table. So that's what I'm saying.
True.
Like you can, like I'm
Well,
very
I think
for,
he means
like, we
gatekeeping
talk
from
about-
your table. I
yeah,
think I
but
could be
I'm-
wrong, but I think he means gatekeeping from your table.
Okay, because I talk a lot about like vetting my own player. But if I don't accept you in the game, doesn't mean you cannot join the hobby in some way, right? Just like, so that's what I'm saying. Like I'm not gate like people who accuse that, oh, you're just gatekeepers. They're like, no, start your own table. I don't care, right? So that's why I don't know what he means by that, what he meant by that, but like but that's how I would see it, right? Just like okay, I guess I'm gatekeeping my table, but
Okay.
I'm not stopping you from making your own or joining somebody else's table.
I mean, the most that you can do when I think about it is you can just gatekeep your table and who you play with and run your games for. Like I cannot tell the table that's across the corner, you cannot play Thirsty Sword Lesbians. And that would make you a hypocrite because I actually own Thirsty Sword Lesbians. I did pay a dime for it though, so because I got it for free on itch.io. So but
I'm sorry, go ahead.
But I think part of this, what happened was also like when the OGL scandal happened. Oh no, sorry, that was the other topic. I'm losing my train of thought here again. Getting back on topic real quick. So, but no, you can only gatekeep your own table and who you interact with. This hobby has become too big for anyone to be able to contain at this point because we have all these different games now, and whether you like that game or not, there's an audience out there that likes that game, and those people are going to play that at their own tables. And at the same time,
what is that, Rule 34 or whatever it's called, where like if somebody can think of it, there's porn of it?
Yep, Rule 34. Yep. And I'm not going to say why I know that.
But I mean, tabletop's kind of the same thing, where it's like if somebody, if there's a play style, there's a game for it.
I'm convinced that like most RPG, I'm convinced that most RPGs out there, because there's so many, have 0 player playing them, 0 table being run currently.
My final
Okay.
point I was going to say as well was I'm also okay with other people gatekeeping their tables from me. Like
Yeah.
if I approach their table, because again, with the climate that we live in, everyone's kind of polarized, and they're like, we don't want you at our table for this, this, and this, and I'm just like, okay, that's fine. Y'all enjoy your game. I'm gonna go over to this table that will probably accept me, or I will go over my own table. So I'm perfectly fine with other people gatekeeping their tables because that's all we can do. We should all we shouldn't force ourselves to play with people that don't like us.
Okay, I got clarification from Crafty on this, which is basically, do you guys believe, and please answer quickly so we can get into the next segment, do you believe that, does keeping someone away from your table mean gatekeeping? For some people, it does. For some people, it does not mean gatekeeping.
No, that's not gatekeeping. That's just managing your table.
Okay.
I would consider it gatekeeping to an extent. Not like massive gatekeeping, but like you're like keeping that person from like infecting your table and the other players that are just trying to have a good time.
But the gate's at your table in that case.
Yeah. It's like my gates go down and it goes up if you want to come in.
Yeah, I think part of this point is also that there's a colloquialism that when you say gatekeeping, that all of a sudden you're some sort of monster too. So I know some people try to stay away from that term because I think I agree with the Ultra on that one. Yeah, it's gatekeeping because I'm gatekeeping my table, but would I consider overall gatekeeping? Not in the sense that most people would use the term now. Mr. Max?
Oh, that's the answer I gave at first. No, it's not gatekeeping. It was like, it's vetting my table. Like you can still make your own.
Okay. All right. Next one is if you can do it, guys, do it quickly. We'll start with Mr. Max. How do you define player engagement?
When they are immersed and they're like stay focused on what's happening on the game, and they keep like they act every time it's their turn, right?
Okay.
That's the players engage to do it quickly.
Timothy?
Same thing. They're involved. They're paying attention. They're rolling their dice. They're doing what they need to do. They're not
a term we used in the 90s. I'm curious if you guys like this one. Immersion.
Yep, I love this one. I use it a lot.
If it's important for your table, then yes.
Well, but that's how we kind of thought of player engagement, because immersion to me is not just being in the headspace of my character. It's actually being focused on the game. I'm immersed in the game world. I'm immersed in the setting. I'm immersed in my character. I'm immersed in what's happening around me, even if it's just dice rolls.
I use it different. I use it like just being in the headspace of your character.
Okay. But that's also, that would make sense for a 4D style. I get that. Ultra?
They're just being actively engaging with the game, but they're not taking 5 minutes when it gets to their turn.
Yep.
Fair enough. All right. Lord Mattias, Ultra's point is a good one. I forgot what this is about. It's like a contract. You've agreed to play. Oh, you agreed to play it in his world. Got it.
Yeah. I think he was talking about what I said. As soon as you sit down at the table, you're basically agreeing that you will accept how I run the game.
I'm full agreement of that one. If you sit down at Heathen Dog's table and you don't want to be railroaded, well, that's going to be a you issue, because he's going to be pretty upfront about. I don't think he would use the term railroad necessarily, but he would say something like, "Hey, this is the campaign or the adventure we're on. You're here for this. I expect you to engage with this."
Sit in the cart. Keep your ends in.
Hey, again, I wish I could have put the paranoia one up, but that was my fault. I'm sure you guys heard the story. If not, well, I'll tell it some other time. But he's got his Let's Plays on our channel, and people don't complain about him. That's all I'm going to say. You might hate it. You might hate everything he stands for. But then when people sit at the table, they like his games. Jeremy Noblet says, I backseat DM by saying, well, the rule is this, but if you really want to do the other, it's fine. My cousin made us do a survival check when it should have been a dex-related check. No big deal. I've talked about this a million times. You guys have any thoughts? There's no super chat. I can just move on. I just want to make sure I give you guys time to say anything if you want to.
No, I think people would know where I stand on that, obviously.
I think we've covered this one.
Yeah. For me, I'll just use the example. In my last AD&D 2nd edition game that I was in, I used to totally get Dungeon Master because I knew the rules better than him. If he got something wrong, I would say, that's not how the rule is. And if he said, thank you for the correction, he'd change it. If he said, nope, this is what I want it to be, then that's the way it was, and we moved on. So I know some people like, don't you dare do that. Well, screw you. That's just how we were. So Zonlar says, can I ask Timothy a question? No. All right, let's move on. No. Could I play a character in your module that has an integral character goal? Like my wife was kidnapped and I'm journeying to bring her back home. I know there's another additional comment to that, but this got the gist.
I mean, yeah, there would be no qualm with doing that. That would give the player the drive to solve whatever module, like especially if it's the Tiamat quest line for 5th edition. Yeah, your wife was kidnapped by the Cult of the Dragons. Good luck. So you might not see her till the end, but yeah, there would be nothing wrong with that in a module game.
Okay. And finally, I know he's trolling me, but just in case he's not, if you are trolling me, that's funny. Ha 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 ha. If you're not, you're fucking retarded. And yes, I just cursed.
I'll tell Malachi what I tell other people. You're wrong, but it's okay.
No. There's actually, I've said this to some degree. The main difference between 5e players are not the equivalent of 2e players, and that is completely wrong. But there's this analogy that 2e was the 5e of its time, and I actually agree with that. Here's the main difference: we said no. I want no, but I want no. But this thing's really cool. No, I read in the book.
That's
no.
mean.
Like where 5e players like yes. In fact, change all the rules. Do what you. Okay, I'm exaggerating, but no. 2e players, yeah. The splat. I didn't agree with all the splat. There's way too much splat out there. I liked it as brainstorming or thought experiment, but most of it was garbage. However, some of it was used. The problem was if a dungeon master just used it all. But if that's what you want to do at your table, that's your business. You just ran a clown shoes game, and I don't want to be in a clown shoes game. Most of us said no. Or we picked and choose very carefully what we thought would fit at our table. So, anywho, all right, let's get into the last segment for tonight. We are running a touch long, not crazy long, but running a touch long. I think segment 3 brought it back in a little bit, where segment 2 is a bit long. Let's put this up on the screen. Boom, there we go. Just as a reminder, Game Master Insight airs live on Fridays at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time, except for the last Friday of the month, which I think is next week, isn't it? Yes, it is. Next week will be the members-only live stream. You know, I don't do a lot for the members, so I have to give them something. So one of them that they get is an Ask Me Anything live stream with me and Heathen Dog, although I don't know if Heathen Dog's been there in like the last 6 months. But it's an AMA that we just hang out with our members and have a good time and talk about upcoming events or things they want to yell at me about, or, you know, again, they can't have my social security number, but things they want to know about me. Once this live stream ends, the full live stream will remain available to YouTube members only, while the 4 panel discussion segments will post to the public a month later. So the stuff that when we let down our hair a little bit in segment 5, you're not going to see that unless you're a member. If you enjoy this discussion, please like this video, subscribe to all of the panelists' channels, which you can find in the description. All right, we're going into our last segment, which is going to be evolution of roles and responsibilities in modern RPGs. Now, before we do that, though, we're going to start with Mr. Max. Before we go into our last segment, we're going to have our panel briefly remind us who they are, what content they create, and where you can find them on the internet. Another thing I want to encourage folks to do is leave a comment for them. If you really liked Ultra, this is Ultra's first time on. If you thought he did a great job, let them know you did a great job. If you're like, oh my God, why do you have Mr. Frenchie on 2 weeks in a row? Well, put that in comment. leave a comment out there what you think about particularly about what they were saying. But, leave a comment out there about what you think of the panelists. We've had some great shows since in 2025. Amazing panelists so far, and I don't think that this one's any different. I think a lot of good perspectives on here, and would really love to hear you guys, just hear or read comments that you put in there talking about the panelists. Even if you disagree with somebody's way of playing, why? Why do you disagree? All right, Mr. Max, who are you? What content do you create, and where can people find you on the internet?
So I'm Mr. Max. My channel is Reactionary Principle Gaming, and we try to really like I say, fulfill the promise of role-playing game, like by focusing on role-playing, right? It's in the name, they should be about that. So that's what we're trying to do. We see how far we can take it, and we have this style we call like 40. If you're curious about what it is, I have a video on my channel. You can just look in the search bar there. What is 40 roleplay? You'll find it. and that's all I'll say.
Okay. Timothy.
I'm Timothy Furley. I am Characters and Dice, where we make characters so you don't have to. I'm on YouTube, Characters and Dice, where I do all my live streams, making the characters from start to finish. That's available, and you can copy it down, try to put it up, and so it can be downloaded. And if you want to use it in your games. And if you have any questions or concerns, always just, don't be afraid to ask and actually interact.
Okay. And of course, Ultra, thank you. Honestly, first time on, think you did great so far. We got one more segment to go. Don't jinx it. But thank you for being here, and tell people, oh my God, I cannot talk. Remind people who you are, where they can find you on the internet, and what content you create.
Yes, once again, I am the Ultra American TTRPGer, and on my X, which you can follow me at Ultra TTRPGER, is where I talk about TTRPGs, the culture war, and how both can collide, sometimes beautifully, and horribly. You can also find me on Rumble, also under the same name and username, the Ultra American TTRPGer at Ultra TTRPGR, both on YouTube and Rumble. Where every now and then I'll either do a live stream to talk about a different topic, or I'll do like a little recording just talking about maybe a topic. I got one coming up that's going to be focusing on Consent in Gaming, the wonderful book by Monty Cook. So that will be an interesting one as I get to talk about that one once I get that out. So yeah, give me a like, give me a follow, comment if you want, tell me if you like it, tell me if you don't. I'm still going to do it regardless.
We did an episode. It's members only now, but we did a pretty aggressive rant about that a couple of years ago that got a lot of people angry at us because we said words that people don't like, but too bad. It's ridiculous. All right. Mr. Max Boivin, we're starting with you.
Yeah.
Oh, what just happened? In what ways have the roles and responsibilities of players and game masters evolved? Even if it's just a perception in modern tabletop role-playing games, and what factors do you think have driven these changes?
I thought it was an interesting and difficult question because, like, I don't think evolve is the right term, because like the way that people played originally still exists. There's new style of GMing and running the game and stuff like that that appear, but the one that was previously didn't disappear, right? So with new people mostly coming, and then new style with those new people showed up. So now we have a bunch of people running the game in a different way. And to be fair, most modern trend, I'm not a fan of, right? Like, I'm gonna complain about the lazy novelists that are too late, like don't want to write the actual novel, like the actual novels they want to tell. So they just like trick their friend into like playing those games and to tell them a story, right? And then you have people like using RPG just as an excuse to do some social, which that I'm okay with, because doing social, keeping a friend group is important. And then you have people that are gonna play like RPG as open-ended board game, and then some that want to devolve them back into war game, right? There's a lot of new trend that appear, and then there's us amongst that try to just like, you know what, it's supposed to be about roleplay. Let's make that. And when I talk about roleplay, I mention roleplay a lot, right? I mean something very specific when I say that. I don't only mean like talking in character. I mean thinking in character. I want you to be in the mindset of your character and make your choice. Like when you make a choice to act, this choice should be made in character, right? You should override your own thought process with the thought process of the character. That's what I mean by when I talk about role play. And that's what, like I say, like when you do like PvP trying to win in a war game, it's not really compatible. But anyway, I diverged there. And yeah, like the new style never like really like erased the previous one. And it was something about like the first D&D, in the first D&D experience, right? Like it was kind of clumsy. Like this new hobby was emerging, and people were figuring out what they're trying to do. But they had something that I liked about it. When the GM, who was called the referee of one time back then, was supposed to be an impartial arbiter of the world, and there was a lot of player agency. There was a lot of agency given to the player, right? So that's something I like. So I think it's the big trend I see. I don't know if that answered the question. Like I find the question
Sure.
was quite
Well,
difficult.
it does. Since again, 4D has a lot to do with collaboration, I'm going to ask you this one because let's be fair, I'm more of the grognard in this regard, where I fully believe that the game master is the game master. He's not just a player at the table, but that's a more older school thought. So, can you discuss how the shift towards more collaborative style gaming and world building has altered traditional roles?
Yeah, it's like we with the role playing game, right? We decided that we gonna shed our like the skin of the like the other kind of medium, right? We understand that we're no longer wargaming. That there's no longer this competitive element. It's not like a board game, right? What we're trying to do, it's not about trying to win. So we say like if we're trying to role play, and the goal of the activity we're here is to create this immersive world that we can believe in and that we can, for a time, live in them as somebody else, right? Then it has to be collaborative in that sense, right? Even if we don't go with the co-creation, our goal, the GM and the player, are all aligned, right? So there's no sense in fighting against each other and trying to make this power struggle between GM and player, because we're trying to achieve something together, which is having this believable world that we can immerse ourselves in as somebody else for some time, right?
Okay. Sorry, let me type this message here.
We can keep
Lots of
talking.
chats going on here. I thought there was one more that I wanted to ask you. Yeah, okay, here it is. Because I want to dive into this just a little bit more, and I know you've kind of answered this, but I kind of want you to put like an exclamation point on this, so to speak. How has the rise of narrative-focused games influenced the player and game master roles?
Oh, if you think about a narrative focused game, you in the sense of like story game, right? The player like trying to tell a story, or like people like thinking like our role playing game should be played like Critical Role and stuff like that. It's all about like that's, for me, it's using the medium wrong in a sense, right? Just like if you're trying to tell a story, right? Just like go write a book. That's what I would say, right? If that's what you're trying to do. Like if you want to tell a story to your player, like that's kind of disrespectful. You're kind of like abusing their time, and it's kind of cringy in my mind.
Okay.
So if you talk about emergent narrative, then I'm all for it. That's how it's supposed to be.
Yeah, I agree with that part of it. Emergent storytelling is something I absolutely believe in. The dice have to tell the story. Well, I mean, the character's actions, obviously, but the result of the dice tell the story. Yep. Timothy, Ultra, any questions, comments, concerns for Mr. Max on what he said?
I got nothing.
Okay. All right, Timothy, same question for you. In what ways have roles and responsibilities of players and game masters evolved in modern tabletop role-playing games, and what factors do you think have driven these changes?
There's been a lot of evolution in this. Each system, each version brings forth new ideas, codifies processes and ideas that we've had for generations now. For example, nobody would have thought of calling session 10, 15 years ago. But somebody codified those in a rule set that's now permeated into the environment, and now it's a lot of discussions around session 0, around setting these expectations. Also, there's different ways of playing games. You've got like the Modifius 2D20 system with all their freaking their clicks, or not clicks, tokens that you can pass out to the players, and how
All the metagame stuff like Momentum and Doom and whatnot.
Yeah, exactly. So that's allows for, when you're experiencing these different systems, you start to expand your awareness, possibly possibly think a little bit more outside the box, hopefully. And when the bennies. So these new games, these new systems they continuously add to the culture. We do end up talking about them. We do 4D. I mean, who until recently wouldn't have really thought, can 4D work well with a Palladium game? Yes, it can. And how to incorporate that in a table that's not necessarily 4D. Maybe I'm more of a 3D kind of a table, but you can still try to incorporate the mindset, the goals, and the aspirations of 4D players inside a more traditional table if you wanted to. So that's it just continues to grow and expand our understanding and our awareness and our capabilities.
So, how do you think that changing player expectations have changed the responsibilities of game masters? I know Mr. Max said he doesn't like the term evolution. That's the term I use, though, with it. How the game has kind of evolved. And let's be honest, players, again, we're going stereotyping intentionally, but kind of the 5e barista crowd versus the, the one-time bro OSR Bronstein, domain play crowd, players, maybe not as a whole, but let's be honest, it's kind of generational to some degree. How have those changing player expectations shaped, I cannot freaking talk, the responsibilities of game masters?
How we keep on wanting to be pushed with our expectations, how we want our continuously to have our players expand their awareness. We have to also possibly, we have to look at the new generations coming in with their ideas and what their goals, what their expectations are. Maybe take a session or two and see if there's anything of what they're doing that can help expand what you're already doing.
Okay, let me run an example for you, because this is an expectation. You've probably heard me say this before, but for the folks out there, when I went back to game mastering after I'd taken a few years out for some professional growth and so forth, I went back and right off the bat, I was hit in the face with some things that I was like, wait, what? First of all, I'm still of the mindset, yes, folks, I have a family and a full-time job, but I still treat playing a role-playing game as as Crafty says, Alexander McCree says, as an intramural sport. You don't sign up for the bowling league and then only show up when you want to. So I have a lot of expectations at my table. I run 8-hour sessions. I play every week, but I want to do other things. I don't care. This is what it is. Now I had to make a couple of compromises, but like I was hearing things like, I don't do anything for more than 4 hours. With the exception of the fact that we had jobs and so forth, we would have played for more than even the 8 hours that I was scheduling for, because we enjoyed what we were doing here. We didn't just see this as like, I'll do it because that's where people are hanging out. We were like, no, we want to be gamers. We want to be role players. We want to play. And then, so then back on the question here is, I had to learn how to trim sessions because I got 6 hours out of them and only a couple weeks a month. So I had to learn how to trim sessions, which I didn't like doing. I had to learn how to move things forward a little faster than I'm used to doing because I like things to be a bit more organic. Not a one-time guy, but you get the concept. So those kind of player expectations caught me by surprise. Now, I'm just going to be upfront with you. If I run an in-person game again, I'm not capitulating to that nonsense. I'm not going to. You're going to either play the way I play. Now, I might compromise a little bit on literally the every week thing, because sometimes I get it. You want to go on vacation, or you have, whatever. You got one Saturday a week for your kids' soccer, or a month for your soccer, or some crap like that. Fine. But generally speaking, those are going to be my rules and my expectations, and you're either going to conform or you're not going to play. But a lot of players now, they do this whole thing. Also, we used to play with like 6, 7, 8. Kevin was talking about 26 people at a table. You read those old Dungeons and Dragons modules, and they'll say like for 8 to 10 players. Now, if you get 4, it's like, oh, that's a lot. What do you mean it's a lot? I think that's not enough. I won't even run a game with 4 players. So, but these are the new expectations that a lot of players have. So how do you think that those, just some of the things I put out there, and you can come up with more, have changed the responsibilities of game masters?
So a lot of it is with our responsibilities, how personal responsibilities have increased. We have I would love to be able to play for 4 hours at a time. I would love to, or more. I remember running a 24-hour game session or playing in a 24-hour game session, but we just not an option. You have to. And this is where the table dictates, or the players dictate what the rules of the table are. Your table says 8 hours every other week, and so the players need to either accept it or to negotiate. But that doesn't sound like that's going to happen. So they have to accept it and move on and to try to work on this give and take. Whereas I'm able to do about a 2-hour session every week. We still get things moving, still keep the story moving, still keep people engaged. Um, it's evolution. It's just adjusting to change, adjusting to life, and you as an individual picking what is the hill you're going to die on.
Okay. All right, let's finish up here with Mr. Ultra. After I mark, there we go. In what? Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, I got to give you guys the opportunity to talk for anything that Timothy was saying. Do you have any comments, concerns for anything that Timothy said? Might not even remember his answer. I kind of grilled him for a little bit, but
No,
I got
I'll
nothing again.
hold it for later, for the end.
okay, sounds good. All right. Then, Ultra, in what ways have the roles now? This is going to be interesting coming from you because you're newer to the hobby. You said you started in 2019, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I can't wait to hear your answer. In what ways have the roles and responsibilities of players and game masters evolved in modern tabletop role-playing games, and what factors do you think have driven these changes?
So to answer that first question, I kind of have to go ahead and answer that second question because I almost went into one of those topics earlier when the last question, but some of the answers to the second question do play a lot in my answer to the first question. So to 2019, I get started with City of Mist, Powered by the Apocalypse system, very narrative driven.
Mhm.
Well, as I'm playing and interacting with people on social media, of course, the people I interact with, everyone's Dungeons and Dragons players because that's all people knew for the longest time.
800-pound gorilla, that's for sure. Yep.
Yeah. And so I talk to these people. I'm like, oh, I'm playing this game. And people are like, well, what is that? And I actually, for a while, was leading because I had a show at the time that it's retired now. But I was actually taking other D&D podcasts and I was doing City of Mist one-shots for them. That longtime D&D players never played this kind of game before. And every time I got the same thing. They had a blast. It was fun. They loved how freeing it was. And that was maybe when I kind of realized that people wanted to have more narrative than numbers, because that was part of the issue that 5e Pathfinder, some of these games had, was it was all about the numbers, not so much about what was going on, how everything worked. It was all like how it had everything up, this did that much damage, this did that much, or whatever. It became a numbers game, and everything seemed to get lost in translation. So I think that played a major role in kind of the change. And also, the biggest one of all, I think, was the OGL scandal. Even though, again, not playing D&D, but having friends who constantly play D&D, I saw the whole thing happen from their end, seeing how the OGL scandal affected everyone in the D&D hobby, and just how at that point, everyone was like, nope, we're done, we're moving on, we're going to find something else. Some people played Pathfinder. God only knows why. In fact, that's like the second worst game compared to D&D, in my opinion. But at that time, another crazy little book came out called Shadow Dark. And this is what kind of spiraled this whole like playing other games movie, because this took the best of both old school role playing and 5e and just made it this digestible, easy to play book. It didn't sacrifice the numbers, but still made it to where like you could tell a decent story with this. Like I've been running this game for a while now, and I wish I picked it up sooner because I just bought it like this past year. I didn't buy it when it first came out, and so I love it. And like all the tables in here, I love those. The tables especially are amazing in the game. But that also plays into people wanted to find other games, and I think this also spurred on the what's the word I'm looking for, the not the trad, not the variety. What's the word I'm looking for? The when it's not viral. the series. Okay, it spiraled the series of like more rules light and system agnostic games that have been made since the whole OGL scandal happened, because people were like, we're done with D&D. We want something that's what I say is simple to read, easy to run, and fun to play. Those are like the main three things that I think people now look for when it comes to TTRPGs now. Of course, there are still people who play like D&D, Pathfinder, Adventure Conquer King system. If you still like those, good for you. But I saw this whole shift happen in this TTRPG hobby where people like they didn't, or the majority of people that I interact with didn't want that anymore. Now, given you could take Shadow Dark, and there's supplements out there you can do domain play with. I've done domain playing games before. It's not bad, but that's just not what I saw a lot of people want. And because of games being changed to being more rules light and simplistic, it definitely changed the rules towards like it didn't put that much of a burden on the GM. It also didn't put that much of a burden on some of the players either, because back when dinosaurs and Max roamed the earth in the old school D&D days, there was, and I know Dying Breed talks about this a lot. You actually had a player that was the map maker at the table.
Yeah, the cartographer at the mapper, absolutely. You also had a caller. Yeah. Now, to be fair, we didn't do the caller thing, but we did do the mapper thing. I still do it.
Yeah, those don't apply to anyone, because now you have VTTs, which me personally, I despise VTTs. They're so complicated to use. I don't like using them at all. But
excellent. Then guess what your follow-up question's going to be?
Let me get my thought out first really quick before we get to the question. So, but VTTs have helped where people can just I just found a map one time just because it was to explain a certain area that some players were in, and I just threw that out for people to see, like, this is the area we'll be in, so you have kind of a layout. But VTTs have helped with the maps as well as like dices and all that, even though dicing on a computer is very much not that good. People still use it. So it's very much, it's with the more modernized now TTRPG hobby, the roles have been kind of minimized a little bit, but the GM is still that, well, I say the DM is still one in charge. You ask the people on Reddit, no, it's all about the players and the players alone, and I disagree.
Yeah, but it's just funny for me because they say that. They say it's all about the players, but then they say that the game master is still required to provide them their fun. And it's like this weird dichotomy that I don't understand.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, so what was the question you wanted to ask me?
Oh, yeah. So in what ways have online platforms, and this can be anything online, this can be everything from Discord to VTTs to Roll20, whatever, right? Transformed the roles within RPGs, specifically between the player and the game master?
Well, all I've ever known is online play, because again, I started in the year when everyone was stuck inside. Like, no one could go out, and like I've only ran in-person games a couple of times, and every time I've tried to get an in-person game since then, it never sees through, because I meet with some people, we talk about it, and then when I talk to them again, no one's available anymore. So every time I've only done online games now since then. But it's definitely made it to where like there's now a world of people that I can now run games or play games alongside. So now I've expanded my selection of players that I can have. Like, literally in my Everyone Drinks in my City of Mist game, one of the players is from Australia. So while it's evening time for me and the other players when I run it, it's only noon for him. So it was like he's perfectly fine to join in after he avoids all the giant spiders and the koala bears that are out down there and down under. He's able to come online and play a game with us. And so so online play has expanded this world, and like I said, it's made the mapping easier. So you don't need someone with graph paper at your table every time, unless you're a person that likes that. Because I know a bunch of guys that I talk to, because even though I'm still like the newbie, I still am friends and chat with a lot of like the old school like role players from like back in the day. Like, literally the guys who made this shirt, they are those guys that grew up with like old school gaming. And I chat with them and I'm friends with them. And like, I'm friends with a lot of different people on here. So I'm never one side or the other. I'm like somehow right in the middle between everyone.
That's for sure. That the online play, like, he expand the pool of players so much that we don't have to, like, as GM, you don't have to bend so much to accommodate the player that you have available, because, like, I can find somebody else from across the world.
Now, technology as a whole, I mean, it's you make it fit you. Yeah, you can have sound effects. You can have your maps. You can have static maps. You can have dynamic maps. It's you use what you want to use, and you invest the time into it as much as you want to invest in. So I don't see where technology dumbs things down. It actually helps in some instances uh, with the it could help with the immersion if you have the sound effects of nature behind of you traveling through the swamp. You have the sound effects of gunfire of when you're being ambushed by the Viet Cong in Vietnam when Charlie's attacking you. So it's a matter of how much do you want to invest in it and how much do you want to use it. It could be a good thing or it could be a bad thing. It's so it's like all the rest of technology.
Yeah.
Okay. So this final question is going to be for all of you. And I know you're not prepared for it, so it's going to make it more fun. What trends do you see emerging in how games are run and played in the future? And stop with the AI unless you're going to go into actually specifically how. Because I know that's what everybody's, well, AI. Well, how?
Well, you did with one thing I'm trying to do. I'm wrapping my head around AI for both professionally and personally. I want to use AI to reference the materials faster. I want to pull my PDFs, reference my PDFs. See rather than rummaging through the books individually. Give me this rule or give me this OCC. Give me this piece of equipment. So that's the initial thing with AI for me. Technology. Other trends. I had something on the tip of my brain.
Okay, well, maybe one of these others guys can jump in and you'll remember it. Because I would like to look for, I mean, AI is the thing that everybody talks about. I'm kind of bored of it. And again, unless we dive into specifically more about how you think that's going to emerge and what it's going to do for the games. But Ultra, Mr. Max, any thoughts on what trends you see emerging and how games are run and played?
Obviously, 40 is going to be the next big thing, right? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But what we might be able to see, because, like, we promote a style there with 40, but the Bro SR promote a style as well that is different, right? But it's like they have a theory of the game at least, and maybe that's thing that we could see and that I wish we could see is that have the hobby more divided, so people can find what they're looking for easier, right? That's one thing I would say. Like, people like be able to have the language to set the expectation of what they're looking for, right? When they were joining the game. That's one thing I think that's having a better theory of the hobby being developed. I think that's something that'd be useful.
He's
Cats.
I was about to say, I literally turned away, and when I looked back, I literally thought Max put his butt in front of the camera.
What's mine? I'm not
Kind of
that
a
quite
gray
hairy.
fuzzy butt, but okay. Ultra, any thoughts on trends that you see emerging and how games are run or played?
So I'm going to kind of take the opposite route. I don't think it's going to be AI. Like, I don't think I don't think AI Dungeon Master is going to be a popular thing. They may be out there, but I think there's
I know
still
people using it already, though.
Yeah, but I mean, I think there's a human element to TTRPGs to where if you take out even one aspect of it, it doesn't feel the same anymore. Because there's something about okay, even though not many people like Critical Role, I don't like it myself, but I love Brendan Lee Mulligan. How he narrates, how he runs that game. Because I watched when he did the Exandria Unlimited Calamity. The only Critical Role I've ever watched was that, and how he ran that game was so inspiring to me. just seeing that made me want to even be more of a GM than I already was. And so I think if I was to think of what would be a trend coming up, I would say just honestly, I think just more rules light games for the most part. There's going to be more of a need. I think people will create those more because I mean the market's already grown so much; it's only going to increase more. I think as the years go on, and there's always going to be someone that says, "I don't like how this is. Let me make my own." So I just think as more time goes on, we're just going to see as more rules light games be made and played.
I think that another thing there's a good possibility of seeing is a more robust virtual table, something that like D&D Beyond. I absolutely love D&D Beyond. All the characters are there. The dice were working very well. You just you add the miniatures to it. You add the map to it. It was flexible. D&D Beyond was actually a great product until friggin' they went sideways. But something like that, I could definitely get behind again.
Yeah. One thing also like I wanted to if I can ask something to the panel or talk about something like that we didn't touch about. I
Go
think
ahead.
like there's new game also if we step outside of like the big like Palladium or D&D and like the big player, right? We see a lot of the game also like a trend that we see emerging that changed the role of the GM in some sense is like those games that try to gamify a bit more the role of the GM. And we can talk about like Conan, for example, with the Doom Point, right? Now, like instead of having the GM just be able to do what they have this currency to spend, right? And now like how does that impact? And
I mean,
I think also
there
like
are a lot of games that do that. I mean, some go so far as to use Jenga to determine.
yeah.
Personally, I don't like. I guess it's not metagame. I don't like basically metagame
Party
currencies.
game, yeah.
I don't like
Yeah.
hero points. I don't like. I don't like. I kind of like momentum, but not exactly how it's implemented. I get the concept of it, and it does. And to be fair, it does work well with the 2D20 system. I just want to play the damn game. That's why I don't like cards in the games, and I don't like all these little gimmicky stuff. I just want to play the role playing game. With that said, and now I'm going to flip the script for a moment. I don't necessarily. Well, no, it's not that I don't agree. I hope that Ultra's wrong because I also don't like rules light games because I think they become very boring and static. The ones that I've come across, like Rises and so forth, I get it's those cutesy stick figure on the document, but
Even like correct me if I'm wrong because it's been a while since I've looked into those, but those Powered by the Apocalypse game, right? They also kind of gamify the role of the GM by giving him move, right? They can do so. It's not like they take
is
away
that
the like
across
the
all
GM.
Powered by the Apocalypse? I know Dungeon World definitely did that.
Yes, all the Power Apocalypse games have like they have like specified moves that you do. Like you do a 2d6 roll, add the
Yep.
stat, or in State Abyss you add up a certain number of power tags that you may have because it's a whole like build your own character, build your own themes
Wasn't it
with
like
the
a
character type deal.
10 or higher is you succeed completely?
Yes.
Something like 6 to 10. It's like a partial success, and then below that was you done messed up.
10 plus succeed, 7 to 9 mixed success, 6 or
Yeah.
under failure.
Yeah,
And
something
I
like
do Snake Eyes crit fails. I run that rule with my games.
Because that's a change in the kind of the role of the GM in some sense, right? Because like it's like those game designer that identify like this power imbalance between GM and player, and they try to solve it in a different way than we do in the 4D by gamifying it much more, right? So that's also something new, an evolution that we saw, like something new that happened in the hobby that we didn't have before, right?
Yeah,
I
again,
think
Power by Apocalypse was more made to be narrative focused, so the role affects more the story than like a specific outcome for a movie. Well, I kind of expect the outcome. I don't know exactly how to word it, but like your combat, for example, is not like initiative based. It's more of how does combat play out like story wise. Like you go in, like you pull out your pistol. Are you gonna miss? Does something else happen? You don't know. It's more of a story. It's more about like story outcome than stats.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm torn on that. I don't like really, really crunchy games. I have one that's a guilty pleasure, but I don't generally like really, really crunchy games that turn more into script, like Pathfinder. I don't like Pathfinder. I don't like Dungeons and Dragons Third Edition, and it's not even because of all the stuff. They ruined my game or whatever. I just don't like it. It's just too mathematical in terms of its progression and so forth. But on the flip side, I also don't like games that are just like one-page rule games. It's just, I think Free League, in my opinion, is a good balance of, some people say it's not rules light because it does have a lot to it, but I think it is rules light because it's very simplified gameplay, just allows you to do a lot of different things. I think that's a good balance, but I like more traditional type games that are, I don't know, that have some meat to them, I guess you'd
I think
say.
that Free League feels lighter than it is because it's well designed and the rules are kind of
Yeah,
homogenized. So you have rules for a lot of things, but once you get the gist of it, you can kind of guess what they are, right? Just like
Sure. One of the things that you might find funny about me is that I don't like all these gimmicks, right? But I like subsystems. So I like the fact in Dungeons and Dragons, I'm rolling percentile dice if I'm a thief. Now somebody's going to say, well, not in this other weird edition, whatever. Generally speaking, you're rolling percentile dice if you're the thief, but I'm rolling a d20 if I'm a cleric, or doing saving throws. I like to roll dice. Let's just be honest. I like to roll dice. Why I love the step system, why I love Earth Dawn so much, has less to do with the world and more to do with how the world influences the characters. I like to roll dice, and when people complain about rolling dice, I don't know. I just find that odd personally because I think that's what the game's about. I don't want it to be so confusing that I have to do algebra to figure it out, but I don't want it to be so simple that every roll is just 1d6, 4 to 6 wins, 1 to 3 fails. Let's move on to the next thing. At that point, I think, why are you even bothering trying to play a game? It's like there's no game there to me.
But that's also where the back, that's where the table, the GMs and the players, we all come to the table and we decide on what we want to play. Do we want to play Palladium? Do we want to play Aliens? Do we want to play Fallout? That's the whole, as part of our responsibilities is to decide on what's the system that we're going to play, what we wanted.
That's interesting because I think you said that before, or somebody else said that. I don't do that. I tell people what game I'm running. And if you don't want it, then fine, somebody else runs a game or whatever. But I don't even have that negotiation with people. Like, well, what do you want to play? No. I get in the mood where I want to run. Let me just pick a game behind me. Talislanta. Don't know why I picked that, but I want to run. So that's what I'm going to run. Well, can we do D&D? No, I'm running Talislanta. That's what it's going to be. And if I have to find other players, I will. So I'm not saying that you're wrong or, oh my God, that's a bad way to play. No, I think it's a good way to play. I just find it weird because I would never sit there and be like, what game do you guys want me to run? Screw that. I'm running the game that I'm going to run,
But yeah, that's your table. That multitude of other tables, like my in-person table, we do discuss what game system we want to play, and and that determines who runs what game. Because I'm not going to run a Fallout game. I can, but I really don't want to. We've Magic Tech Chronicles. I don't want to run a Magic Tech Chronicles, but I have a friend that absolutely loves Magic Tech Chronicles. So it's
Well, somebody, I'm going to put this up now because somebody mentioned a game I totally despise, but it shows the evolution of the hobby. And I'll get more into that when I do my final comments. First 5 systems ranging from rules light to rules heavy. Fate. I hate Fate. I decide not just the company, but I hate the game and everything that it stands for. I understand why people like it, but that to me is too much of an evolution of the hobby. That's gone too far off the deep end because basically it's a game of how do I BS my game master into saying, no, this background makes sense for what I'm trying to do. Shut up. But I get it. To be completely honest with you, though, I get it. And I think that is a great example of the evolution of the hobby, going from wargamey, number crunchy shit to stuff to running a game where you have these backgrounds on if you can BS your game master and how it's appropriate to the situation, you get to roll more dice. Okay, I think we're about ready to wrap this up here. Do you guys have any final comments for each other before I go into my final comments here? Anything left on the table? Because I don't want anybody saying that something was left on the table here.
I got nothing.
Okay.
It's the
Nothing's
the
coming in my
table.
head. So
The table decides. The table makes these choices, and the table comes to a consensus.
and there's a cat again.
And there's a cat again. All right. Well, just want to remind folks that next. Oh, hold on. Boop. Nice stream tonight. The panel was great. Also did great as a panel version. There you go. There you go. We
Thank you,
popped his
Mondo.
cherry on this stream. No, honestly, good job, man. I always get worried when it's somebody I don't know and somebody new coming in, and I'm always like, oh God, if this doesn't work out. But no, I think you did a great job. Thank you for being here, and I'll thank you all in just a moment. But I want to remind folks, so this Sunday on RPG Digest, we will be continuing on with Rule Cyclopedia. What am I going to be talking about? I'm going to be talking about time and movement and encounters for Rule Cyclopedia. And Heathen Dog is going to have 4 segments because he's greedy. Jerk. No, he's got 4 segments on the Rifter number 15. All the Palladium fans like, yay, 4 segments. Yep, 4 segments. And I forget what they are. It's a Q&A. He's going to cover a Q. Obviously, he's going to do his overview. He's going to cover a Q&A. He's going to talk about rune weapons. And there's something else from it. I don't remember. And I could look at it right there, but I choose not to. Because you know what? He's trying to have 4 segments, and he's only supposed to have 3. I actually told him that 4 was good, so we look forward to that. And next Friday, we're not having a Game Master Insight stream because it's the last Friday of the month, so it'll be members only. Heathen Dog and I, well, if Heathen Dog shows up, again, ask us anything, and hopefully you guys enjoy that. Let's look at some super chats again. Thank you again one more time, Mondo Hand. I cannot talk. Thank you one more time, Mondo Hand, for the super chat. I appreciate that, and $20. By the way, we absolutely blew past. We will definitely have a giveaway during segment 5. Also, as a reminder for folks, stay tuned. There's going to be a little outro theme music that plays here in a little bit. The stream will continue, and we'll let down our hair, and we'll continue the live stream. But I have to do that for the purposes of ending the video. Also, thank you. Let me get this up here, over here. Boop. That nice little thank you screen up there. I want to thank you very much. Why can't I talk? And don't say it's the alcohol because I'm not even feeling buzzed. Thank you very much to tonight's panel, Mr. Max Boivin, Timothy Farrelly, and of course, Ultra Tabletop RPGer. Now, whether you agree or disagree with any panelists, I sincerely hope their perspectives both entertained and educated you. I know at least for the first half of the stream, I got a bunch of comments on both Discord and Twitter, so I made people feel ways about things. But no, I hope they entertained, educated you, and gave you some food for thought for your future gaming sessions, whether you love that 4D concept or you're more into the whole, hold on here, you know what, let's just run some modules, sit back, have some fun, and not have kind of stress. I don't know why some people think that's stress, but you get the idea. Love to hear your comments about this. Who do you think had the best points, or who taught you something or made you think about something that you weren't considering before? Go ahead and put that in the comments. So, and if you enjoy this discussion, please like this video, subscribe to Legion Myth, and to all the panelists whose links you can find in the description. Now, before I do my final comments here, look at that. I block everybody else off. They can talk if they want to, but boom. Law Dog says, for everyone watching, the giveaway is rigged. The more you super chat, the greater your chances of winning. Don't say that because YouTube will actually yell at me, and that's 100% not true. I can show people the stats, and I don't want YouTube coming after me. So, but thank you, Law Dog, for the $5. And just for the record, Law Dog and Crafty, I will figure out how to get you guys as mods on Rumble. Apparently, it's some convoluted process that I have to look into. Boom. All right. As normal, for my final comments here, I don't prepare anything, so I just write down notes during the conversation. Sometimes I remember, sometimes I forget. So we'll see what I wrote down this time. Player responsibilities. I have conform to the world. It's a group effort, so don't be a dick. That's some things, I think Mr. Max was talking about, don't shy away from PvP. I get it. I just don't want that at my table anymore. I've been there, done that, got the T-shirt and so forth. So so for me, it's a group effort. So just don't be a dick, and that's in character and out of character. I don't dive too much into the whole safety tool things. Oh crap! Somebody made a comment about safety tools that I missed. You know what? There's going to be a little bonus spot here where we actually run through some comments with these guys. because I want to bring that up and see what their thoughts are on it. But I'm going to continue on with this for now. Learn the game. I do think that if you're a new player and you want to keep playing, you do have to learn the game. I've literally sat at tables when I was in Germany where the people had been playing, or a couple of people had been playing for a couple of years. They still didn't know the rules of the game. Like, why? The game master tells me what to do. Learn the game. God, I knew the game better than them, and I hated the game that we were playing. Don't wait for your turn to look things up, whatever, just keep the game moving. I saw somebody, and this is going to be another comment that I put on the screen in a little bit. Somebody posted something about 45-minute combats, so we'll take a look at that in a moment. But for me, you're not going to, if you have a 45-minute combat, I'm not actually against that, as long as it's immersive and you're continuing to go, as long as they're still involved with the combat strategizing. It's when they stand there and be like, whatever, dude, I just attack. That's when you know you lost them, and that's when it's time for the combat to end one way or the other. And stay engaged. Just stay engaged with the game. You've heard me rant about the guy that used to sit at a table and play Game Boy all the time. Yeah, no, don't do that. Supposed to talk about the Earth Dawn horror that I adjusted to make it. So this is something I did as a game master. Now, I know some people say don't fudge dice. I agree. Don't fudge dice. I've told this story before. I will tell it again. I was running an Earth Dawn game, and these guys have been building up. It was one of those adventures with the big bad at the end kind of thing. And they got to him. And they planned, and they struggled, and they got there, and they finally got to fight the horror at the end. A horror is a demon. It is supposed to be a pretty monumental challenge for them. Thanks to some amazing dice rolls, they killed it before it could even act. Now, I had two choices. That's right, drink, Earth Dawn. I had two choices. I could let that happen and let it stand, which is not only a legitimate choice, it's probably the right choice. I don't know. I didn't do that. What I did is I said, no. And my rationale for it was the fact that this is supposed to be an epic encounter. I want it to feel epic for them. My only rule that I made for myself was I am not going to kill a character. They've already won, but I'm going to beat the crap out of them for a little bit so they can get that epic feel. When the adventure was over, now I think Mr. Max said, don't tell them things you could have done or whatever. I was open about what happened. I let them, go, oh my God, that was so great. That was so epic. Let them feel it for a little bit. But then I did tell them, I said, look, guys, I just want to be upfront with you. You killed that thing in the first round. That strike, I think it was Garthon, because there's almost always Garthon. God. And then I think Heathen Dog threw in like this spell that just nuked the crap out of it. I was like, you guys whooped it before it even had a chance to act. I gave it more life in order to give you that more epic feel. Every last one of them said thank you. Well, or implied thank you. They're all happy about it. Every last one of them was happy I did that. Now, I know there are going to be some people out there, nope, you did it wrong. You were wrong. You cheated, blah, blah, blah. I think that, that feel was important for them. Like I said, my rule was I couldn't kill one. They'd already won. That would have been a dick move. So I think that game masters, I don't want to say they have a responsibility, but I think that they can adjust some things in order to cater to the table, in order to make things feel appropriate to the world. All right. See, what's it say? Yeah, I agree with Mr. Max. Don't tell your players what they think or do. 100% agree with that. The thinking thing, like I said, I can kind of see that if you're trying to nudge them. I try not to do it in ways like you feel this. I try to do it in ways where it's like, this is creepy, and I use that because it's just one I remember that happened somewhat recently, where it's like, even this creeps you out a little bit. That doesn't mean you have to act like you're in fear or whatever, but I just want to put in there that it's a little gross, that no matter how stoic you think your character is, you got to have a little emotion in there somewhere. Didn't tell him what he had to do or anything, but don't have any problems with that. That was a question for them. I do believe that the game master is the master of the world in terms of verisimilitude. Like I said, I do timelines. I don't agree with the 4D stuff. Actually, I think I agree with them more than they think, and I probably agree with them more than I think in terms of players having influence on the world, because I think we all agree that they don't get to do major stuff. But I'm the game master. It is my world. It is my game. But at the same time, you're not going to have players if you just keep dicking them around or don't let them have anything whatsoever. But your group may vary. I also disagree with Mr. Max about GMs reiterating what players say or do. I think Crispy said that in chat as well. Crispy's been on the show. He's been a great guest on the show. Because I think there can be a purpose for it. If you're doing it every time a player says something and you're adding more narrative to it, I agree. I tend to do it because I was trying to think in the head because I know I do this. Like, how do I do this? It'd be because Ultra was trying to do something, and then Timothy did something that kind of happened maybe at the same time, and then Mr. Max was adding on top of that. So I'll kind of combine all that together to reiterate like everything that was going on and kind of how that aspect flowed. So I don't have a problem with that there. Yeah, it's not about doing it better than the player. It's to maintain the flow. It's kind of like a recap of the round. Is the game master responsible for fun? Not directly, but I think he is actually indirectly responsible for it. Don't do things that are going to keep your players engaged. You know, one of the things I do in my games is I like to send people to Ravenloft, or I'm very visceral in my games, and I like to do that because I want to keep the players engaged with what the world is doing. So I'm not going to do something just to screw you over to kill you, but I'm definitely going to do stuff that challenges you and keeps you thinking to the best of my ability. I don't believe that the game master, I mean, in some regard, the game master is just another player. But he's definitely one with a different role, and it is the game master's rule of the world. And I ultimately think that the players have a responsibility to conform to what the game master is trying to present, but the game master has to be upfront of it with what he's presenting. Already said that. Yeah, once again, leave a comment for the panelists. I think I'm almost done here. Oh, last thing I want to talk about is the hobby evolution. And I've said this a lot as well in other streams. I'll say it again here. I do believe that the hobby is evolving. It continues to evolve, and it evolves in the ways that I don't like. But there are train stops. If you're an old school chainmail OD&D and that's the only right way to play player, then you get off at that first train stop. If you like Traveler, if you like Villains and Vigilantes, if you like whatever your name of game is, your style is, there's a train stop for you. And what I don't like is when people try to ham-fist some other game or some other concept or some other train stop and jam it into your train stop. If you don't like my favorite game, Earth Dawn, then don't play it. Play something else that's more to your liking. There you go. But, Fate Core exists, and there's a lot of people who like it, and there's a reason people like it. Ultra likes Powered by the Apocalypse. I can't stand it. Okay? I did my Here Have Max's Crap giveaway, Dungeon, oh my God, I forgot the name of it.
Dungeon World.
Thank you. Dungeon World. I gave that away because I knew there's nothing I want to do with this game, but that is there. There are some people who don't want the game master to roll dice for whatever reasons it is. I get it. They want that simplicity. They want the moves and continue on. If you don't like it, simply don't play it. Let other people play it and enjoy it. Enjoy your game or games. And I'm a big proponent of games. Get off at your train stop. Stay at your train stop. Go enjoy another train stop if you want to, but don't poo-poo somebody else's train stop. Okay, so there we go. I'm going to leave it at that. Yeah, there you go. Take them to your train station. Now, this is going to be a little extra bonus segment here because I completely borked the idea because we didn't get any super chats, but I have some real chats to do. So I'm going to bring the panelists back in for this one. We're going to talk about the chats that I started. Then I'm going to play the theme music. Then we're going to be out. Then we're going to go into segment 5 and talk about just let our hair down, talk about gaming stuff, and do the giveaway and all that fun stuff. So let me bring them back in. Boom. I hear a lot of bloops going on Discord. I'm not looking at them yet. All right. So, Zonlar, the obvious question is, but what if the players want the story to be told to them and the game master wants to tell a story?
That's the table. That's the table. Have fun. Not my table, but if that's the table.
I think if you want a story to be told about your character, right? Like you kind of do it wrong as well. Like you're there to be involved. Like, you're not there to be, like, it's not about you, right? We're doing this thing together, right? The story is not going to be about your character. It's like your character is part of that story, and that's where it goes. That's where it's going, right? It's up to you to make your character part of the story and as much about him as you want, right? Fill in the part of the story that you need.
Okay. All right. Let's do And the next one is Zonalar again. Jeepers creepers. Who in this chat wants to play at a table where combat takes 45 minutes until it's your turn again? Okay.
Nope. Oh, I didn't get to answer that previous question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say just more power to them. If the table wants to do that, table wants to do that. I may do that sometimes on my table, and then there's other days I may not. It just depends on the game I'm running.
Patty, it's not just you, by the way. But thank you, and I will look into this. Go ahead, and if you want to knock this one out as well, what are your thoughts on 45-minute until it's your turn?
Yeah, no, I despise combats that take longer than like 10 minutes.
Okay,
That's 45 minutes per round.
I know, right?
Oof. You're learning the system at that point.
We like people think we're exaggerating. I mean, we've been watching some live actual play, right? People that there should be people that do get advice on D&D, and sometimes they pause their game. We go watch those game and we time how long it takes before like it come back to like we start like the round, how long it takes before it come back to the round, and 45 minutes is a real thing. Those are not new guys, and I don't know why you want to play in a game like that. And then we talking about player engagement. Yeah, no shit, you're gonna be disengaged if you wait 45 minutes between you to come back. And when I talk about like a lot of hypothetical, right? Oh, could I do this? What if I would do this and stuff like that, right? Obviously, also that's gonna slow the game down. Not only because you're asking question a bunch, but also because like it become hard to follow for a player what actually happened, because you ask about like 5 other things that maybe you're gonna do, and then like finally you actually did something after like 15 minutes for your turn. So now the next player started turn and asked, okay, so what did happen now? Because like so that's what I'm talking. Like when it's your turn, do something, even if it's not like the best thing you could be doing. Right? It's combat. There's an emergency. Do something. Sometimes like you're not gonna do the best thing. That's fine. Keep it moving.
So personally, I agree, but I'm going to take a different track on this. And I think you guys will know who I'm talking about when I mention there are some people who play it for the skirmish combat.
Yeah.
They actually want the 45-minute combat to plot and think through. Basically play it more like a war game. And I'm looking at people like Bruce Lombardo and his table, right? Certainly not the way I want my games to go, but his group loves it, wants more of it, and keep coming back. He's been running at least that one online game. He's been running it for years now. So, just to put out there, I don't know if anybody in the chat wants to table where combat takes over 45 minutes per turn. I certainly wouldn't do that at my table. Now, on the flip side, I have run long combats that even some of the more modern players, I wouldn't even say that, some contemporary in the fact that you're here with me, players be like, no, God, that combat's too long. Well, if it's something big and nasty and you guys are using abilities and there is a resource management aspect to it, again, I'm looking at Earth Dawn Drink Crafty, where it's like I'm trying to drain their karma, along with their hit points and so on and so forth, where it comes into that combat may go long. Now, I keep them going in the circle, like, you're doing this, you're doing that, you're doing next. Okay, what are you doing? Nope. What do you do? Things like that. But it could be a long combat. And I'm not going to feel bad for that. If people say this thing like pacing, I'm not going to say that doesn't exist, but it is a game still, and some of that game aspect still has to be there. And this is, again, where I probably disagree with some of the 4D folks, where, no, we're going to play the game also and have the combat. Do I make all my combats like that? God, no. But on occasion, sometimes I almost would think that it's necessary for you to really get the vastness or the power level, whatever it is that you're fighting. Thoughts?
That, like, what I want to say also, like, people like often they say like, oh no, I wouldn't do like 45 minutes per round. But I'm sure if we would go to those people that we actually like watch their game in time, and we were to ask you, do you think 45 minutes for a round is too long? They would say, oh no, that's way too long. Like, and then say, do you know that it takes 45 minutes for you to do a round? They probably wouldn't believe it, because they don't go back to watch their game and think about it, right? But if you look, that's what we see.
Okay.
I think people don't realize how much time they waste.
Yeah, but see, sometimes I think that watching a game or playing a game like this is like golf. I don't know what you guys think about. I used to play golf when I was younger. I didn't mind playing it. I hated watching it. It's the most god awful boring sport ever to watch. But playing it wasn't so bad because it's a game of skill and technique and so forth. And it's like I don't like watching Let's Plays. I think Bear's Let's Plays are great. I still only watch like 1 out of every 30 of those. And sometimes I'll go back and watch the ones I was on simply to remember what the hell my character was doing, something like that. But generally, I don't like Let's Plays. I find them all to be boring. But when you're sitting there in the moment at the table, a lot of times the players don't have that same feel. I've run a couple of sessions. I'll be honest. I've run a couple of sessions where players after the fact are like, dude, never again can you do this. Yeah. And it's for various different things, not just combat. I had one where I had these little 3-page speeches where they put their hand on like a crystal ball and they had these like 3-page, and every character got one because it was supposed to tie together part of a story. Ended up taking over an hour to get through all that. And by the time we got past the third person, like, yeah, I put my hand on the crystal ball. What did I see? They weren't interested at all. It was a mistake I made. Now, I was young when I did this, but I remember that. So it's not just about combat. You got to make things more interesting for them, right?
Yep. And it's not also only about like people watching, but there's a link between that and people like getting their phone out and stacking dice, and I think there's a direct correlation.
Yeah, but I think some people are just jerks about that, and I say that. Look, in my last group, I didn't say much about it because everybody liked the player. And to be fair, I liked the player as well, except for she kept pulling out her phone and showing everybody cat videos while somebody else was taking a turn or whatever. And I can multitask to some degree. And I was kind of, because I wasn't the game master, I was kind of like, yeah, okay. I mean, honestly, she was nice, but it's just one of those things where it's like, why? And it was only because it wasn't her turn. And then when it was her turn, then she'd be like, and she had her fiance help her out is like what she should do. And I'm just like,
terrible.
Yeah, right. But that's a lot of people nowadays. And when you try to tell them no, like what? I'm not doing anything. I mean, using Bob as the example with the Game Boy, I still know what's going on. I'm just not going to sit here and do nothing, dude.
Like I often compare that with music, right? If you play in a band, an orchestra, and stuff like that, even if it's nothing like too serious, when you go there, you can still play it serious, and maybe it's not your part to play now, right? But you still should be ready when it comes, right? Just like it's not time to put your instrument, and then like, oh, now my party isn't. Now everybody, the whole band has to stop because like you put your trombone away, and that's my thing, right?
I get it. So I'm reading a couple chats.
And then when people say, "Oh, it's just a game, guy," it's like, why do we have this attitude in this hobby specifically, right? Like like people like play hockey, right? You go play like you play sport and stuff like that, right? You're in a team and stuff like that, and people like you just goofing around and like not following the rules or not putting any effort, and then like the people on your team is like, what the fuck? Like, well, we're just doing that for fun, man. Well, no, we're trying to achieve something, right? I don't know why, and when it comes to role playing, like people cannot have like this kind of like mindset that
But to be fair, there are people who play for different reasons. We've talked to Shadow and Sun, and I disagree vehemently with Shadow and Sun on.
We lost him.
Yeah, we lost him. That's a shame. It's the host. We lost the host.
Stream went too long. So thanks, Max.
Can you hear me?
There you go.
Okay, I guess I froze there. What I was saying is, like, we know Shadow and Sun. I disagree with him vehemently when he says, as long as I'm hanging out with my friends, I'm having fun. That's all I need. No, I'm hanging out with my friends to accomplish something. Now, what that accomplishment is might not be the same as what he's talking about necessarily, but we're there to accomplish something. To me, this is an intramural sport. Yep. I expect you to take this seriously. Now, that doesn't mean you can't laugh and have fun, but I expect you, if the game master is in, we'll just go for it, doing the acting and is in kind of an emotional scene, and you whip a, no, you're being a dick, okay? Yep. Shut the fuck up. Sorry. Shut up. It's not your time. Now if that's your group, though, the flip side of it, if that's your group and everybody's like that, somebody like me can't come in. Come on, guys, you gotta be more serious. Come on, hey, you gotta get in the headspace. You gotta be in your character, because that's just not the table for me. Cool. All right.
Cool.
Guess we'll go on. Like, Brian James says, I've seen 40 players online and only a handful of them. I've never seen them out in the streets, in GameSource, or any of my online or in-person tables. I'd say they mostly do not exist. Before you say anything, Mr. Max, it's kind of a new phenomenon, and I think you're looking at the people who are basically founding it. So I'm not by the way, I'm not scolding Brian James at all. I'm just putting it out there for the people who are listening. So yeah, you're not going to see a lot about it. But as Mr. Max makes more videos on it, as Table Runner Crispy, as Phil the Thrill, I know he's in chat, and with Zonlar and a few others, as they make more content regarding this, maybe even put out another book or two. I think Shauner had a book, Role Playing the Hard Way. I know I don't know if he put it in there, but I know he asked me to write something for it, and I did. But there. It can spread. You know, I don't agree with it fully, but I'm not against it. I would help spread it. I think it's something to aspire to for a lot of people. I just think that it goes too far. I just do. But that's my taste. What's that? Spread it like herpes.
Goes too far and spread like herpes.
There you go.
Crikey, we have one of those mystical 4D players over here.
So, Mr. Max, anything you want to say about that?
No, I think you're right about that. And to be fair, like we kind of gave it a name, like something like other people like did under a different name before, right? It's not a completely new thing, right? Just like we kind of codified it and we coming up with like some formulations like that. But yeah, it's kind of new. We're growing, but yeah, that's it.
So I was raised a poor orc child. Just to be clear, I wasn't busting Shadow's balls on that one. What I was saying is that he likes to say it doesn't matter as long as I'm hanging out with friends, I'm having a good time. Well, I have friends that I don't want at my table. Let's just be upfront with you. So that was my point in what I was saying about Shadow and Son. If he's running a great game, all the more power to you. I hope you can continue to enjoy it. Just if my best friend, if somebody I trust implicitly to run the best game out there said, hey, I'm going to run a game. Running Pathfinder, I'm out. Like, there you go. So, all right, let's do that. Just got a couple more here. Zonwar says, have the guests actually seen tables using X cards and safety tools as it was promoted over the last 5 years in the hobby, or is officially finally dead? I've only heard of them being used on Twitter and at certain conventions.
I've never seen the X cards. However, when I did that online Wraith game for the short time we played it, the Game Master did have us all fill out consent sheets.
Oh God! No,
I had actually never looked through the consent sheet thoroughly before. I've always heard about it, and then I actually looked through it, and then, especially when you get some of the later parts of it, I'm like, who the hell would put this crap in a tabletop game?
I put a lot of crap in my game.
I would.
You would?
I would with this dark real fast.
So here's an example that I use. I don't know what's at the end of it, but I know SA is a big thing that they're like, oh my God, you don't do sexual stuff in the game. Well, let me give you a perfect example of why you do. Ever watch Goblin Slayer?
Yep, I know. I know where you're going with that one.
So I only have to do it one time, but it gets the point across. You see what I'm saying? So do I get my jollies off on it? No, but I run more visceral games. I run darker games, so stuff like that can happen. One of my favorite scenes is a scene out of Braveheart when the kid goes in there and these dudes are hanging on the meat hooks. I love explaining a scene like that because it puts that out there like, oh, this is some deadly real stuff. Okay, got it. I don't do it every session all the time. You get the idea of what I'm saying. So I think so if you tell me you don't like stuff like that, I'm gonna be like, I don't care.
So violence, blood, gore, guts, eyeballs, that's perfectly understandable. I'm perfectly okay with that. But then you have abortion is on the list. I'm trying to figure out what game did someone play that had to be put on a consent list for TTRPG.
Yeah, I couldn't see myself doing that. Then again, now that I'm thinking about it, I couldn't because I run fantasy settings, so I don't know. I mean, like, just be upfront with you. Literally nothing is off the table in my game, and if somebody handed me that list and you checked anything off on it, I guarantee you it's going to be in my game now. Now you could be, well, that's a dick move. And since this is on topic, because we're talking about being a game master and so forth. No, Do I need to tell my aunt story again?
No.
Okay. So if you know, go watch some past
I'm
videos. I'm
afraid
sure
to
I've told it
ask.
about 50 times. Well, okay, now I have to tell it. The first time I ever played Dungeons and Dragons, the first time I ever role played in my life, I was playing Dungeons and Dragons. I'm pretty sure it was basic. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure it was basic. The dude was describing the scene. We were in this cave, and it was giant ants. If you know anything about me, I'm like a 5-year-old girl when it comes to bugs, dude. I'm freaked out by them. I have my wife kill bugs. I'm a little biatch when it comes to that. So we're in here, and we got ants that are like 2 feet long, and I'm visualizing that because I have a very good imagination. It creeped me out. I'm biking home, and I only bike home a block and a half block, whatever. Home. That's it. I'm on my bike at nighttime, riding home, going, I heard something, whatever. Best moment of my life. Okay, not fully true, but you get the idea. Like, I love that. I want that emotional feeling from it. I love it. So yes, you know, it's hard to do something like that now, but I'm really still good at imagining stuff and at least being like that in my character. I love that feeling. Now, if you were in real life, if you were essayed, would I go, I got something for you? No, I wouldn't do that. But if I know that you're afraid of, ex-girlfriend was afraid of worms. Guess what was in some of my games. And she got really mad about that too. But
The X card stuff, like, always remind me of like this Adam Koebel game, right? That got in trouble for, because they use those safety tool and X card and stuff like that. And then like the situation in the game where like something like apparently that made the player uncomfortable, but it seemed to be a posteriori when people online got mad at it and said that she should feel anyway. The thing is, like, the X card then came into play during the game, right? And then she made a whole ordeal about it after the session. I said, like, well, you had the X card to use and you didn't. So I guess those tools don't really work, right? That's the. Anyway.
There's two instances that I've in my entire career that one instance. So we were playing, and at the time this was what this was the table said, this 3rd edition. We were playing evil guys. I was a half demon, and so we were all we were absolutely god awful evil. So we're going down this tunnel, and I find this dead elf. Okay, great, female elf. All right, cool. I'm already freaking evil. I'm already part demon, so I pick it up, and the GM goes, it's a little bit heavier than normal. I'm like, oh, really? Goody. Rip a snack. You could hear a pin drop right after that.
Nice.
Yeah. The other
Nice.
the other thing is, if you're dealing with hell in any even remotely accurate representation, all of this is on the table. If you're dealing with Atlantis in Rifts, in Palladium Rifts, all of this is on the table. They have in the book, they have freaking meat stores of humans and elves and dwarves hanging up, all ready to be butchered. You know, it's in there. So yeah, it's not off the table for any of my games.
I loved Venger's response to the X card, where he made the chalk cards, where it was like more sex, more blood, more horror.
He actually came on here and we ran through it one time. Yeah. All right, hey guys, we're an hour over our normal or our supposed ending time that I never meet, but this has actually been one of the longer ones that's gone a little bit too long. So one more time, I'm going to put my screen up here because I got to remember this for the video. I just want to remind folks, you're going to hear a theme song here in just a moment, or a little outro is what I really should call it. Is not the live stream. For those watching live stream is not over. For those watching on video later, well, that will end it. So I'll just put that up for now. But I want to thank again the panelists for being here. Thought it was a great show. Some good conversations. Hopefully you guys learned something from it. Once again, please leave something in the comments. Tell us which panelist was your favorite. Which idea did you like? Which idea did you hate? What am I doing wrong? No, actually keep it on topic here. But I think with that, we're going to end this. We'll go into segment 5 for the live stream, kind of hang out. We'll have to do the giveaway pretty quickly because I should have done it almost a half hour ago. Sorry, I'm delaying so I can find my stupid outro. There it is. And then with that, I hope each and every one of you has a wonderful week.